What I want you to do is prep yourself with this particular image of light and dark, or white and black, okay? Let it reflect into you. Let it reflect into your mind, all right? Now, what does your awakening process have to do with the planet Earth? And what truly is the awakening process, or the spiritual birth? And I know these are interesting questions while you're looking at this image, but as I go through this presentation, hopefully it'll begin to really sink in what I'm getting at, okay? So that being said, what I want you to do now is I want you to become aware of this image. I want you to become aware of the word material and spirit, and in this order, okay? With material on top and spirit below in the bottom half of the circle, in the bottom dark half of the circle, and become aware of the directions, okay? So you have material on top, which is void of spirit. And this is basically just looking at the material world through a physical lens only, okay? And then you have spirit, which is not discovered. It's not actualized. It's not raised yet, okay? So just keep that in mind, but also keep in mind the directions north, south, west, and east, okay? So this is really, really important to the rest of the whole presentation. And that being said, thank you for joining. My name is Nate Kap, and this is my Earth Brain presentation with the subtitle, The Divine Sychromystic Orientation. And it should be a very mind-expanding experience, hopefully answer a lot of questions that are surrounding this topic. And I'm really looking forward to just, diving right into the material. So there are a few things I want to say before I get started into this presentation. One is just keep in mind there's no way that I can cover the whole entirety of the topic in this presentation. It is going to be a pretty lengthy presentation, so just keep that in mind. And it will be followed up by at least two more presentations, part 4 and part 5, as well as I will be further demonstrating a lot of the details that you're probably not going to hear in this presentation in the Cubbyhole podcast. So all I'm trying to do is whet people's appetite. I'm trying to show them a little bit of the iceberg, okay, like you see in the meme. So this is what you're seeing now today in this presentation, and this is just a, quote unquote, small part of the whole topic. The rest of the topic is the massive part of the iceberg, which is really just waiting for you to discover the rest and, go on your own journey to discover the rest of what I'm bringing to the table, because obviously I can't do everyone's work for them. I'm just trying to hopefully inspire you, the student in you, to go a lot further and see how much more there is to this whole picture. So in this presentation, I'm not going to be sharing anything truly new, but possibly it will be new to your experience. And it's all about becoming conscious of what already is in the whole entirety of the universe. It's about becoming conscious of what already is, but with more clarity and understanding for the purpose of empowerment and freedom overall. It's a refinement process, okay? Now, I want you to question everything that I'm saying, okay? You should always be questioning everybody at all times Not because you want to try to prove me wrong or try to prove anybody else wrong, but to try to prove to yourself what you already know, what actually already is, okay? So my goal is to inspire the builder or the craftsman or the geometer or the symbolist in you, in my fellow brothers and sisters. And I'm doing so to go further into investigating the divine, mystical, mental orientation of our planet that has been overlooked. It's been hidden. It's been, it's been occulted. It's been neglected. It's been forgotten, but mostly it's been ignored. Okay. So the overall consequence that I believe is of major concern is the disorientation of the aggregate mindset that has led to the overall materialism and socialism that has been perpetuating in our world for a very long time. And the planet is infested with mental materialistic dominance, which is due mostly to an imbalanced solar veneration in the celestial day sky. And I'm going to, go really deeply into that. But again, I can't go all the way into it, but I'm going to get as close as I can to the heart of the matter. So, what will be put on the table in this presentation? We're going to talk about the cosmic disorientation, and really just disorientation in general. And this is a very, very big deal. Okay, this is really what I'm covering for the first half of the whole presentation. And then the second half of the presentation will be mostly about the divine synchromystic orientation, which really is all about the whole presentation, because it's about becoming aware. The divine synchromystic orientation is about becoming aware of the disorientation. So then we're going to get into the hermetically versatile mind, which is something I think is a very necessary prerequisite to orienting, and also learning the one by learning the two. We're going to get into the checkerboard floor, consciousness, which is really just what it's all about. And the checkerboard floor, let me just say, it's one of the most important things that you could ever learn, because, just think about the very first image that I showed you right when we started. Also, orient, okay? Orient is the word that I want people to really take very serious, okay? This word, I'm telling you, if you can understand what this word means, it is, there really aren't too many words that are more important than this word. Hallmarks of materialism, religion centers of the earth brain, de facto materialism, spiritual direction, also the yin-yang symbol, the zodiacal wheel, and that has a lot to do with the spiritual direction, also the clock correspondence, and the arc, the Masonic tracing boards, the circle dot and bordered by two perpendicular lines or parallel lines symbol, Euclid's 47th proposition, elements, the four elements of earth, and then also the spirit, so the five elements, alchemy, the Holy Trinity, the sacred cone, the ancient Egyptian hero cults, Hathor, the sacred garden, and the mystery traditions. Okay, so there's a lot to cover. And the reason I'm making this such a big presentation is because that's how important it is to get across the point that I'm trying to make. Okay, so this is for some very high level initiates, okay? And I believe everybody has that potential. Everybody has it in them to see what I'm saying. It's just how much do you care to really see it for yourself? So we're going to start this off with the sacred art of tracing. And this is something that I talked about in the last presentation, which was the sacred trace. But it is all about the sacred art of tracing. And the sacred art of tracing basically is to investigate and outline that which is holy, or that which is pure, or that which is sacred, because it's all about getting back to pure form, okay? So it's about using necessary mystery traditions to discover the self, to discover truth, to discover that which is central, okay? And this is dealing with the sacred second birth, okay? And I'm not going to get too deep into that, but this is all about tracing out the second birth, the sacred second birth, okay? It's about connecting to source. It's about the refinement process of the self. And, the mystical search is basically saying the same thing that, the mystery traditions. But again, it's just very important to use mystery traditions. As you can see, all the different sigils around this slide that show you, what you can use as a form of the art and science of tracing, okay? So the way that we do this is through symbolism. And symbolism, I know I've talked about symbolism quite a bit. I mean, that's really what I get into mostly in my work. And I always tell people to become familiar with different definitions of symbolism, just so you have a more well-rounded understanding of what this really means. But I believe that the one definition that really stands out above all else is to compare one thing with another, okay? And this means that you can compare anything in nature and you can start to gain some kind of understanding, or something will be revealed to you, okay? So comparing any associations of forms, ideas, sounds, signs, images, logos, shapes, letters, numbers, archetypes, or colors with other familiar forms, ideas, sounds, signs, images, logos, shapes, letters, numbers, archetypes, or colors in order to gain a deeper and clearer understanding of something or anything, okay? So it's all about, it is a refinement process. It is all part of understanding the sacred art of tracing and overlaying, okay? Overlapping images, overlapping form, so that way you can start to see that just because something looks a little different, but it has a very similar form, it doesn't mean that you can't, that there's nothing there, okay? Because there certainly is. You just have to broaden your abstract mind, okay? So that being said, one of the reasons why a lot of people are not symbolic in their mindset is because they're disoriented. And this word, disoriented, is very important to understand because, for one, it has one of the most important words in our vocabulary, which is orient. So it has the word dis, which means apart from, and then orient, which means the rising light, okay? Or the direction east, where the light first appears, which would be the sun, right? So disoriented means apart from the rising light. And when the hemispheres of the brain are not in unison, when there's a form of cognitive dissonance, that's what creates a disoriented mind, thus a mind that does not have any real light Okay. So this whole section, I'm going to go through I'm going to go through 8 different definitions of this word disoriented. And I briefly talked about this in my Earth Brain Part 2, but I'd like to further stress this topic because disorientation, or being disoriented, it really is a cognitive confusion. It's a huge reason why most of us are, so upside down and backwards in the way that we, view the world, or the way our thinking is. Okay, so disorientation comes from a lack of understanding the sacred art of tracing and symbolism. And so now I want to, help people become more sharpened in their understanding of this word and what it really means. So the first definition states having lost one's sense of time, place, or identity. Okay. And this is especially when it comes to being, mentally and spiritually disconnected from nature, and, being disconnected from your roots in history, or the timeline of history, not knowing your place in nature, not knowing your role because, the knowledge has been occulted. It's been hidden. It's been ignored. Or it could be because of nescience, but really it's about ignorance of who we really are and where we're at in the here and now, okay? So not understanding the present moment. So this is because one does not understand their orientation to the earth in relation to the cosmos, okay? So the second definition states confused and not knowing where to go or what to do. So we come into this world, with no real understanding of why we're here and, what we're supposed to do. Okay. Well, we think we know what we're supposed to do because of what we're told to believe, what we're raised in school to believe. And the truth is, there isn't any real playbook. I mean, there is when you really do your research in nature, you start to reveal that playbook. But there's nothing, really written down. And I know biblical texts try to help us along our way, but of course that turns into, some kind of control system. So there's this sense of abandonment. That's why most people turn to religion, because they feel abandoned. They don't understand why they're really here, okay, and what their purpose is. But again, through proper orientation, there is a way to learn from, the great cosmic teachers that are of this world and not of this world, okay? And I mean, all through the cosmos. So the third definition states having lost one's sense of direction. So this is a feeling that comes from basically ignorance. And also it can come from nescience, but, just not listening to one's intuition, just completely shut off and numb to the intuition. And this is where most people of the world are truly at. So they really don't have any real direction. And therefore, they don't feel any meaning, they don't feel any purpose, and therefore they just basically close off and put their hand up in anyone's face that tries to help them see that they actually do have purpose and they are worth something, okay? Now, the fourth definition states stress, trauma, anxiety, or depression can contribute to a sense of disconnection and confusion. So these are basically all symptoms from being disoriented. The media and, public schooling, these institutions have done such an amazing job at keeping most people disoriented through high levels of stress, with putting the attention on, all the negative aspects of, our societies, creating anxiety with political propaganda, which comes with, the constant deception over and over and over. And they keep the attention. This is what people, really have to come to grips with, is that they keep the attention where they want it to be. Okay. So people stay confused and they stay disoriented, never truly looking into themselves, never doing the shadow work, never really going in search for truth. But, most people victimize themselves and strongly ignore the truth. And they do this with a zealous will to remain that way. And remaining disoriented is truly the willing support for societal decay and, a lot more of man's law. Now, something that I've talked about before that I'd like to go a little further into, that's dealing with what I'm talking about, is the word news. Okay. The word news, I think a lot of people know that news is a very loaded term because it's something that's pushed in our face pretty much every day of our lives. And if we understand that news is basically an acronym for all the different directions. So you have north, east, west, and south. And news, and basically the news, the mainstream media news, is a government-run propaganda machine. That's all it is. It's there to keep our minds, to keep the minds of the masses going in all different directions, whatever direction they want it to go. As long as they have the knowledge, as long as they have the information that the masses does not have, they can just, direct the mind wherever they want it. So as you can see in this image, this is the pyramid of the power differential of information and knowledge. So those who are running this whole pyramid of information and knowledge are basically the rulers at the top, the dominators, the dark occult, the dark psychologists, the elite, the few at the top. And what they're doing is they're keeping the mind in a square, okay? And the square is all the different directions. Wherever they want the mind to go, that's where they will direct it. Okay, especially if someone does not understand how this pyramid works. Okay, and so this is a pyramid of compartmentalization of information. And the word media comes from the Latin medium, and medium means middle or center. Okay, so they're basically controlling the center. And those who can control the center or the medium, the middle, those are the ones who can control the mind, okay? Because as they control the center of the mind, there's people can't know who they are or what's really going on, okay? That's why the CIA is the central intelligence agency, okay? So just keep that in mind. And so this is all about directing the mind in all directions in order to control the middle or the center. So just, really hold that image in your mind, because this is basically the mental image. This is basically the form that is being used against those who do not understand the form. Okay, so again, just pay attention to the symbolism, and you will start to see how to, comparing one thing with another. All right. So that being said, let's get back to the disorientation. So you have feeling out of sync with the present moment. Okay. And this is basically pretty simple. If someone's mind is living in the past or living in the future, they are not living in the present. They're bereft of the present moment. So the present, the now, is what people forget is all there really is. Okay? And again, the media's job is to keep people fearing and remembering the past, as well as fearing the future and what hasn't actually happened yet. And doing this, to keep people away from the present, to keep people away from the center. Because once you start to actually discover the center in things, that's where you find your power. And I'm going to really dive deeply into this. So just think about it. If your hemispheres of your brain are disoriented, wouldn't you think that orienting them, bringing the hemispheres together, would actually find a center? Okay, so think about that. So the way that they do this is what, this disorients the minds. And so, keeping people in the fear of their past, or, keeping their mind in the past and fearing the future, this is what disorients their minds. And in this particular case, with the media, fear is the driver that keeps it this way. Okay, so fear is the part that they are always going after. They're always trying to raise fear out of people, or try to raise fear into people. Okay, but being present for the information, like what you're hearing here in this presentation, is one of the keys to becoming more present and more oriented. Okay, realize that as long as you're disoriented, you are exactly where these controllers want you. Okay, so you have to be honest with yourself. You have to be honest where you're, if you have any cognitive dissonance, or where, one hemisphere of the self is lacking the information, it's important to go into, that hemisphere. Okay. Or, all the different aspects of consciousness within the different hemispheres. And I think anybody listening to this probably has a pretty good idea of that by now. So, second is not knowing the difference between dark and light. Okay, so this is exactly what I was talking about right in the very beginning of this presentation. So this is a major cause of disorientation. This is where most people in this world dwell. They dwell in materialism. Okay, this is really what keeps most people really divided internally. And therefore, this is very easy for the dominators of this world, the dark psychologists, to manipulate people like this. Okay, so most people are mentally apart in dualism. Okay, and when I say dualism, I'm talking about the unconscious dualism. I'm not talking about the conscious way of, being dualistic. Okay, and most people are in a major cognitive dissonance about reality. And I'm even talking about people who claim that they're, quote unquote, out of the matrix, or claim that they're more educated or more evolved. Most people who talk like this really are not truly out of the matrix, because as one suffers, all suffer. Okay, so just keep that in mind. That's as far as I'll go with that argument. But most people don't understand that the real spiritual light is found at the center of darkness. Okay, so we really have to stay open to the fact that we have a lot of work to do in the dark. And we are kept in a very false light, okay? We're basically kept in what would be named the dark Luciferian mindset, okay? Because there's light Luciferianism and there's dark Luciferianism. Most people are kept in the dark Luciferianism. So it's the false light. It's the material, seeing the material through the physical lens, okay? So the third down states not knowing the objective difference between right and wrong. So, I see so many people still cannot figure this out, or basically they're not honest about figuring out what the difference really is. But not knowing the objective difference between right and wrong behavior is really the way to stay disoriented and go further into more enslavement in this world, okay? For things to get a lot worse and a lot darker, just stay that way, So not knowing this type of information about objective morality will never give anyone the keys to the great unfolding mystery of the self. It just won't work. So, that being said, the fourth definition is new or overwhelming settings can disrupt familiar thought patterns. Okay, so if you really think about this very deeply from just, all the way back from leaving where we came from, where we evolved from, or where we migrated from as a species or as different, cultures. Okay, so that is a very important aspect to this definition, okay? Because it's about understanding that our position on Earth, where we really come from, we have roots to that. And if we're really far apart from our roots, it can be very disorienting. It can actually cause us to feel separated. And also, now just think about how most of the world's population is socially just, pushed into constant new technology. This also overwhelms people's minds, and this causes a disconnect, because people are they kind of just give up. People don't want to go any further into themselves because it's like, well, I'm just going to stay entertained because technology's changing, everything's changing. What can I do? But of course, that comes with laziness as well. Okay. And we have to get out of this lazy, negligent mentality, or else things will progressively get worse. Now, at the bottom, it states one of the best ways to keep a mind enslaved is to keep it disoriented. And this means that it's not just the dominators of this world who are working endlessly to disorient the aggregate collective mind. It's also, and more importantly, it's the individual who keeps their minds disoriented, and doing so by ignoring their own spiritual temple. Okay? And if the individual keeps their mind disoriented, then the ruling mind control dominators of this world, all they have to do is just maintain that disorientation. That's all they have to do. So they really don't have to do much. And also think about this. If the dark psychologists rule the mind of the masses, and the minds of the masses correspond to the earth brain, then what makes anybody think that they're not controlling the earth as well to some degree? Really think about that, because this whole earth is one organism with so many other organisms living on it, right? So we're all connected, okay? We're only disoriented here in the mind. But as we orient and as we connect to the earth, the more we'll start to see just how connected we are to this planet. And the more that we become oriented, the more we can help the planet, truly. Okay, not with all this, government BS, environmentalism, slavery. Okay, that's all that is. It's not something truly benevolent because it's based in man's law. So now we're going to get into cosmic disorientation, okay? So as we learn why the pyramids of Giza were originally built, we will realize that we are currently living in one of the darkest epochs of what the pyramid builders warned us about. And this warning was coded deeply into this great temple, etched with the rich, intelligent myths that preserve the sciences of the cosmos. Okay? So think about this. This is something that a lot of people do not understand because they get caught up in how the pyramids were built. They get caught up in who built the pyramids. They get caught up in a lot of different arguments and debates that really they don't amount to anything, okay? The real question of all that most people do not ask is, why were the pyramids built? And you can absolutely know and understand. Okay, you can discover this information. You can know it and you can understand it. Okay? So aggregate mental dialectical polarization, I know that's a mouthful. Okay, so basically the overall collective mind that is polarized in two different dialectics, okay, this is what led to a rigid solar veneration in the day sky, west to east and east to west in the northern hemisphere, which led to a disoriented opposition between light and dark. Okay, that's the polarization, to be polarized in light or dark. Okay, this is what I was saying right in the beginning of this presentation, where over time the night sky veneration was blighted out. Okay, it was basically forgotten, okay, or suppressed or neglected or ignored. So this caused most of mankind to lose sight of his or her spiritual connection to nature, and as a result, fell deeply polarized into materialism. And I'm talking about materialism where it's about just looking at everything through the lens of the physical only, okay? Even people who claim to be spiritual or religious, people like this, and I'm going to get into this as we go, people like this have also become this way, okay? And also, I'm not going to get deeply into this, but this has a lot to do with Horus and Set, or Horus and Sut, and Shu, okay? And I talked about this in my last presentation, but as I go further into these presentations, Earth Brain 4 and 5, that's where I'm going to get into more of the myth, the mythology, and the eschatology, but not in this one. I'm just prepping everyone for what's to come, okay? So there's a lot to cover. Also, just think about all three pyramids of Giza were built north of the equator, with the solar pyramid, the Great Pyramid. Okay. And so this is the most northern pyramid of all three of those pyramids. And bringing all three pyramids into the north, or building them in the north, was purposely done to warn future generations that going too far north and venerating east and west, or west and east, would cause an imbalance in the minds of the masses. Okay. This would cause a masculine imbalance. Okay. And I know a lot of people might not agree with that. It doesn't matter, because as you go through this science, you will start to see the bigger picture. Obviously, in the political arena, there's definitely a lot of mind control going on to make people think that we're living in a patriarchy, which it's not true in the way that they're putting it, the way they're spinning it, but it is true in the aggregate mind of the whole world, okay, for the most part. And so that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to help people understand that we are not only living in the northern hemisphere is associated with the sacred masculine brain, but because of this, we have forgotten about the lower half, the sacred feminine. So I'm going to get really deeply into this. So obviously there's so much to this that I'm going to continue to open up, but I just want to make sure that people understand there are major solutions to this solar veneration that is causing materialism in our world and a masculine imbalance. And that is the major solutions to this dilemma awaits in the awakening and alignment to natural law, along with the awareness of the unfolding evolution of the ancient Egyptian mythology and eschatology, where the preserved cosmic sciences are to be discovered. Okay, so if you really want to truly discover the power of the mythology and eschatology, it lies with understanding the most central aspect of the occult, which is natural law, or universal law, or the law of one, however you want to call that, okay? This is the law of consequentialism. This is the law that binds our behavior. And so as we understand this law, everything else begins to unfold, including this ancient Egyptian mythos, okay? So now we're going to go further into disorientation. So why are most people so mentally materialistic? And I know I just basically answered that, but there's so much unpacking that has to come with this question, okay? And so I'm going to continue to unveil this as I go through this presentation. So how did this come to be? How did it come to be that the whole world is so mentally materialistic? And I think that if we can answer this question very detailed and very thoroughly, I think that that's where we're going to start to find our power as human beings, okay? And I'm going to do my best to reveal as much of that as possible, but just understand it's not going to just magically happen overnight, okay? It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of attention, and also we have to ask ourselves, is this a bad or immoral thing? And I think that's a great question. Is it bad or immoral to be mentally materialistic? And if so, then what can be done to correct it? And I do believe there is a way to correct our minds. So we can gain insight into this significant dilemma through the study of the human brain, mystery traditions, the interconnectedness of the Earth's ecosystems, and the cosmic functions that govern them. Our mental orientation profoundly influences our sense of balance or imbalance. Harmonizing with nature's laws naturally fosters a society of principled individuals who live intelligently, heart-based. However, we find ourselves far from this ideal primarily due to a pervasive tendency to mentally and religiously venerate the sun in the daytime sky, east to west and west to east, particularly in the northern hemisphere. This misalignment in our mind has significant implications for our collective well-being and understanding of the natural world. This implies that we are collectively channeling our energy into the masculine left brain hemisphere of the earth, which is predominantly associated with materialism and traits such as literalism and reliance on human authority rather than organized cooperation. This imbalance diminishes and neglects the sacred feminine energy in the world, leading to a scarcity of genuine care for truth and a depletion of holistic understanding. Now, I know that's a huge mouthful, okay? But I'm basically just giving everybody, some necessary prerequisite before I really get deeply into this work. And I'm going to go further into the psychology, but then get deeply into the symbolism as I go through this whole presentation, okay? So this is all about truly reorienting to nature and doing so in a correct way. So now let's break down what I mean by the divine synchromystic orientation, because the whole goal is to reorient correctly, okay? And yes, again, there is a proper way of orienting to our planet and to the cosmos, okay? And I'm not saying I have the whole thing figured out. I'm saying that as we go through enough knowledge and as we go through enough geometry and understanding how to orient, we can begin to see where things actually fit into place. And that does not mean that anyone will have the ultimate puzzle mind that can see where every puzzle piece goes. I don't think that's how it works. But, for instance, I'm bringing a puzzle piece to the table, okay, to help, fill in the blank. And, what I'm asking is for you to go find more puzzle pieces that fill in the blanks so we can see the whole puzzle piece together. Okay, this is also part of understanding the myth of Osiris, which, again, I'm not going to get into in this presentation, but you might hear me mention his name a few times. But I'm really looking forward to getting further into that whole mythology, because the science that is stored within that mythology has a lot to do with what I'm uncovering today, okay? So this word divine, let's look at this word. So it means the act of intuitively perceiving or discovering something hidden or profound, often with a sense of inspiration or revelation. Okay, so this is basically just discovering the occult. Okay. And I'm not saying just the divine is only within the hidden realm. I'm just saying that, when you really start to understand the occult, you have more of an appreciation for the divine. Okay. And the second definition of divine states encompasses a range of meanings related to the sacred, the holy, the transcendent, and the extraordinary. So, to intuitively understand or uncover something deep, something hidden, and having a feeling of being inspired or having a feeling of being enlightened by the profound experience. Okay? Now, synchromystic is a very powerful word to pay very close attention to, because it comes from the word synchronicity, which I'm sure anybody watching this is familiar with, which means two things simultaneously happening at the same time. But it's not a coincidence, because it comes with a conscious, revealing, and underlying pattern that's recognized. Okay, that's why it's not a coincidence. People who only see in the coincidence lens are basically materialists who only see material through the physical lens. Okay, so that's why it's just a coincidence. But, a coincidence really comes with not being conscious of those patterns and why they may be happening simultaneously, okay? Because it's really about people who are paying attention, okay, to those things that are happening at the same time. They're gathering more from that event because they are paying attention to the underlying pattern. And so the more that you do this, the more you become aware, and the more you become conscious of the fact that the universe is always speaking, okay? But when you're only looking at it through the lens of coincidence, then you're never going to really discover anything. You're really just cutting yourself off from the universe having a type of conversation with you, really, or just not allowing the universe to intervene and help you on your path. But again, I see coincidences happening because I can't always be aware of the patterns. I can't always be aware of what's happening with like what two things that are happening, if they have any real meaning or not. So I still say the word coincidence. I still use it because if I'm not conscious of why things are happening, then it's just a coincidence to me. So the second part, or second definition, states from mysticism, meaning the pursuit or experience of direct communion with the divine or spiritual truth. And so mysticism is basically just going in search for the sciences that are stored in myth, and trying to make sense of the world, and paying attention to the synchronicities, with the mysticism to really draw from that. And that's what synchromysticism really is, which means the practice and exploration of intelligently interpreting synchronicities for the purpose of discovering meaningful clues and messages from the universe. Okay? So synchromysticism really only comes to or works for those in search for truth. It's a connection to spirit. Okay? So think of synchromysticism as seeing the synchronicities and letting that be the inspiration, the inspire at ion that moves a serious student to go and search for knowledge that is associated with that synchronicity, with those two things that happened simultaneously. And then think about the fact that that knowledge is found in the mystery traditions. And it's not just in the mystery traditions, but you can find those synchronicities in many of the mystery traditions because other people are seeing them too. Other people are picking up on it and they're recording it and they're understanding how it's connected. Okay. And so it becomes, once you discover the knowledge that is associated with the synchronicities, it becomes demystified. And once it becomes demystified, that means that one has become conscious of that synchronicity. But it's a divine intervention that helps with those who seek to know. This is what helps orient the self or refine the self to become refined, to become sharp like a spire, okay? And the word orientation refers to the process of adjusting or aligning the self to a particular situation or environment. And it involves understanding and adapting the position of something in relation to its surroundings. Orientation involves an aspect of alignment, adjustment, or familiarization to achieve a specific adaptation to a particular condition. So, directing the self to a particular direction or position for clarity, okay? To become clear of, where your mind is supposed to go. So here is a more simplified definition that I believe accurately defines what the divine synchromystic orientation actually means. Okay, so it means a spiritual perspective that seeks to discover meaningful connections and experiences in life that point towards a divine or higher reality. It involves recognizing patterns, symbols, and locations as part of a larger interconnected spiritual journey. So this is all about aligning or orienting the mind or the self to natural law or to nature's laws. Okay? It's all about correcting the self into nature or with nature. Okay? So this is really what speculative Freemasonry is all about. It's a dualistic refinement. It's about sacred geometry. It's about natural law, understanding natural law, and then using that with the understanding of sacred geometry and all the knowledge that's associated with it to refine yourself between light and dark. Okay? That's what it's about. It's synthesizing the mind into the center. And, really it's all about opposing ignorance, okay, which is darkness. And, when I say darkness, I'm associating it with ignorance, but also remember darkness is the sacred feminine, so do not rule out darkness as just ignorance, okay? That's another reason we get in trouble with materialism, because people stay away from that and don't understand because they associate darkness with evil. And that's a big, big problem. So now what I want to do here is I want to interject a helpful way to think about this mental orientation. And this is what I refer to as the hermetically versatile mind. Okay? And this can really be helpful to anyone's orientation of basically anything in life. So it reads, the hermetically versatile mind is the ability of the mind to orient, pattern recognize, envision, flip, reverse, mirror, modify, rearrange any shape, symbol, word, structure, idea, or archetype, guided by the gnosis and application of hermetic principles and imagination in order to achieve a deeper and clearer understanding of any concept or phenomenon. And it's not limited to what I've just stated, okay? The imagination is endless, but principles, what they do is they anchor the imagination. They keep it in check, okay? So that's why it's important to understand that the principles are associated with the sacred masculine and the sacred feminine is associated with the imagination. So when they're working together, that's where you have that unified effect, okay? Where they're wedded. So, because you don't want to go too far with your imagination and not have an anchor, because you'll just go out into, la la land and forget about what is actually valuable, okay? And you don't want to be too anchored in principle to where, you haven't developed your right brain, your imagination, to where you can't even use the principles. And this is typically if someone's too far into their left brain and they just can't imagine how to use these principles correctly. Okay, so it takes a lot of work on both hemispheres of the brain to really synthesize a unified brain. Okay, so this is about processing a flexible range of mental and spiritual skill sets in the occult. So what this is about is, with Hermeticism, these Hermetic principles, it's about using these principles with any mystery tradition, any science, any symbol, any allegory, and basically any unseen forces in nature to really, sharpen the mind, to become more eclectic, okay? So over to the right, it says orient the mind, which states intelligently guiding the mind with the imagination in order to perceive, comprehend, and interpret ideas in their literal, allegorical, geographical, directional, and pattern-based contexts, ultimately leading to the accurate understanding of their rightful position. Okay? So, again, being more eclectic can sharpen the self into the center, right in the rightful position. So, realizing that your mind can be used to go anywhere in the whole universe at any time, okay? And this is the beauty of this great tool of the imagination. And again, using this tool with these Hermetic principles. So, let's really dive deeply into this Sychromystic orientation, okay? Let's go through a simple symbolic process that can help us discover this alignment a lot further, okay? So here we see a black circle or dot, however you want to look at this. Nonetheless, it's a circle, right? It's a circle of 360 degrees, which represents infinite, right? So it represents the divine pure form. It represents never ending. So it also represents the Alpha and the Omega. So the Alpha and the Omega mean the beginning and the end. Okay? So it represents the condition of being continuous. It is the dot and the circle all in one. It's a whole. Literally, it looks like a whole, but it's the whole. It is single. Okay? So just keep that in mind. Okay? Single means one. And the one can't truly be known or understood without understanding the one divided into two, which means it becomes dual. Okay? So the single becomes two in order for itself to become aware of itself. It becomes self-reflective. Okay? So it's about defining the self. So the one or whole becomes divided into light and dark, or white and black. Okay? The light side is associated with the sacred masculine, and the dark side is associated with the sacred feminine. So this is how we're going to understand the one or the whole, is becoming aware of the two, light and dark, right? So this is the symbol for duality, okay? The two opposing forces in nature, light and dark, or white and black, okay? And this is about learning the difference in order to become aware of the one. Becoming aware of the two will help us define the one or the whole. Okay, so what really is the difference? So we're just going to continue to learn the difference. And here we see the Masonic checkerboard floor. And this is a very powerful symbol to understand because it is the foundation. And it is a foundation of light and dark. Because light and dark give us a balanced foundation when we understand both of them in equipoise, when we master them and find equilibrium or find balance, okay, between the two. So the material dominated mind is based in ignorance of these checkers, of light and dark, or white and black, okay? And in order to understand the floor and appreciate the floor, this foundation, then one must journey through earth symbolically, okay, which is considered Amenta. In ancient Egypt, it's called Amenta. And it's also referred to as the mist of Avalon. That's why it's the mist story. Okay? So one must learn what supports this floor and what the floor supports. Therefore, one must learn light and dark. Right? So it's about understanding the world that you're interacting with. It's about understanding that which you stand on. Okay? And having a strong foundation means being rooted or principled in truth, making truth the number one priority, because without truth as the foundation, there really isn't a foundation at all. Because truth is what makes your foundation sturdy. So if you don't have any truth below you as your foundation will crumble. Because to be on a foundation of lies and deception of the self means that your foundation is not truly understood, it's not recognized, and also this is really what disorientation really is. So I'm going to go really deeply into this as we move forward. So this is all about consciousness, the expansion of consciousness. It's about evolving into a higher type. And here we see this overhead view of the human brain, okay? And these are the cerebral hemispheres that are joined together to make a whole human brain, okay? So this again is the top part of the brain, because we have to understand the orientation, we have to understand the direction. And this is a very simplified way to understand Solomon's temple, okay? And I put on here the checkerboard floor as well as the 2 Masonic pillars, okay? And these pillars basically are just the strength of knowing the difference between light and dark. So as we learn the difference between light and dark, we begin to understand that there are sacred feminine aspects and sacred masculine aspects that are associated with these 2 pillars, which are associated with the human brain, okay? So what I've done is I have taken the circle that I showed you earlier that is divided in light and dark. So you have a dark half and a light half, and I'm bringing those together from the pillars, the pillar of the sacred feminine and the pillar of the sacred masculine. I'm bringing the light and dark into this one circle, overlaying the 2 hemispheres of the brain, just to show you that I am symbolically using this symbol throughout the whole rest of the presentation. But I'm also going a step further, and I'm bringing in a black right hemisphere and a white or light left hemisphere. So this is the left brain, which is associated with light, and the black hemisphere is associated with dark, okay? And this is very important because all of us, every single human being has the potential, any cognitive human being has the potential to be able to come to understand why our hemispheres are associated with light and dark, okay? And the more that you think about this symbolically, the more will be revealed to you as I move through this information. Now, this is all about learning the one by learning the two, okay? So this leads me to what I feel is one of the most important pieces to this whole mystery of the self. And this is something that I kind of touched on in Earth Brain 2, but this word orient, and this word means the direction east, the part of the horizon where the sun first appears. So this is the rising light in the east, okay? And as you can see, this human brain is basically symbolizing our mind, okay? But the human brain, the hemispheres of the brain, are directing towards, so that the front of the brain is directing towards the rising sun. And the hemispheres of the brain, the left hemisphere is corresponding to the northern hemisphere of Earth. And the northern hemisphere of Earth and the left brain hemisphere, the left brain human hemisphere, is symbolized by this half white circle, okay? And then the other part of the brain, the right hemisphere of the brain, is corresponding to the southern hemisphere of Earth, okay? And the southern hemisphere and the right hemisphere of the human brain are symbolized by this half circle, this half black circle, okay? So the literal starting point or restart point for properly orienting the mind involves aligning the right hemisphere of the brain with the Earth's southern hemisphere and the left hemisphere with the Earth's northern hemisphere, okay? So I know this might not really seem like much at first, but I'm trying to make this as simple and direct as possible. And honestly, if your mind is not blown by this by the end of the presentation, then I definitely recommend going back and listening to it again, okay? So also just keep in mind that in Latin, the word for sun is soul, S-O-L, and that's phonetically the same as, the human soul, right? So it's about directing your soul, our soul, to the soul, the sun, okay? And there's a lot more to that, but I really hope that people contemplate on this correspondence and on this orientation. Really question it, really pick it apart, okay? Because the more that you do with the intent of wanting to learn, the more that you're going to really see just how beautiful this is, because this is what gives us our power back as a human species, okay? Because the more that we're oriented on Earth, the more balance we will see. Therefore, more harmonization with nature, okay? Because that's really what it's all about. Now, also, just keep in mind, just so we stay oriented, I'm making the brain white or light and black or dark, okay? So just really try to stay oriented. I'm trying to make this as simple as possible. Okay, so here is the circle divided in two, light and dark, and the brain divided in two, which is light and dark. And what you see now is the rising light, the sun. Okay, so this is just to, give you an idea of what this can look like. If you were to imagine the brain of the earth or just the earth in general. But, just to make it a little bit more clear and easy for people, if you're looking at the earth, let's just say that you were, out in space looking at Earth and you saw Africa right there with the southern hemisphere to the right and the northern hemisphere to the left, you would see the sun rising like this, okay, from very far away. Obviously, the sun is much bigger than this. But the point is to give you the idea of the rising light in the east, okay? And so just keep the orientation, understand that all through history, at least, as far as I know, with understanding the globe that we've all been shown in school, at least in America, in the States, the northern hemisphere is always up and the southern hemisphere is always down. And that is correct when you start to go through this whole presentation. But what you're not taught is the other orientation, with the hemispheres, the north being left and the southern hemisphere being right, and being oriented to the rising sun. Okay? And there's a reason for that. Okay? So I just want you to orient with these directions and the symbol. Okay? Now, this picture is just to give everyone a fuller side-by-side of the symbols, the human brain, and the earth, and how they all correspond with light and dark, or white and black, okay? Or the directions. Pay attention to the directions. So the goal is to synthesize these orientations into equilibrium, okay? This is about understanding the double horizon, okay? So now, this is what I'm calling the earth brain, okay? So you see the east is to the right, therefore you already know the other directions, okay? You should know. And then I put the little symbol in the top left, material over spirit, okay? And this is about learning the dualistic aspects of both, okay? It's about learning both so you can synthesize them together to realize they really are one and the same. So now we're going to go deeply into materialism. So what is materialism? And I put it on the top half of the earth because that is associated with the sacred masculine, left brain, and also this is where most of the religions of the world take place, is in the northern half of the earth. So what is the matter with materialism? Okay, a little wordplay there. And so we're going to get into this. So materialism, I want people to really pay attention to this slide, because the top half, the light half, being associated with materialism it's the beginning stage of self, okay? Especially, in the past 100,000 years, this is really what we're raised into. This is the beginning stage of self, the upper half of the circle, okay? So materialism is the belief that everything that exists is made of matter only. This means that all phenomena, including thoughts, feelings, and consciousness, can ultimately be explained by physical process and interactions. Okay? So then the second definition states the prioritization of physical possessions and wealth over spiritual development. Okay? So it's about prioritization, priority number one. Okay? So materialism can lead to being unknowingly programmed mentally, okay? Because typically a materialist does not try to discover what the mind is, or doesn't do any real research into the mind. And therefore, they do not know how they're being mentally manipulated by those who do understand the mind. Therefore, they are programmed unknowingly, okay? And materialism also leads to religion and atheism. And really, atheism is religion, especially when you understand that religion is just a binding condition, okay? In the context of the binding condition that keeps you from going forward and expanding in consciousness. But obviously, the other side of religion is, binding you back to truth. Okay, so I just want to make that clear. But in this context, it's about the religion that keeps people in a belief system, without having any real understanding or without any real spirituality. So basically being spiritually bereft, which means that someone is inverted. They're in a material mindset. And I'm going to get further into that with religion, because there really is, people who are religious typically are materialists and they don't even know it. Okay. It also leads to material ambition, like I just said, with prioritizing the material possessions over the spiritual. Okay, so just anything physical, like money or cars or just anything material. This is the ambition in life, not, going inward. Okay, and this also leads to the five sense illusion, where only the five senses are the thing that can basically describe reality, and that's it. Okay, taste, touch, hear, smell, and sight. And so this is basically something, it's a limitation. And that's, materialism keeps people in that box of the five senses. Okay. And so this is what makes people have a blindness to reality, because it's about the material light, which is, seeing material through the physical lens, which means seeing light through the physical lens. So it's a blindness to reality, true reality. It's only half the picture. And that means living in darkness. So yeah, the top half looks like light, but really it's about living in darkness, living in ignorance of the bottom half of the circle. Okay. And this is what leads to socialism, which is man's law. Okay. People don't understand that socialism will inevitably happen as long as people stay in the dark of the darkness, of the dark aspect of self. Okay. And this is, living in this top half in materialism also leads to moral relativism, which means believing that there is no objective difference between right and wrong, and you can just, do whatever you want. And as long as everybody agrees on it, that's what rights are. Rights are granted by, man, which that's what socialism really is. Okay. And also it is a solar mental domination. Okay. And this is about what I'm talking about with the earth brain and venerating in the top half of the earth, in the day sky, east to west and west to east. This is the solar mental domination that can really, keep people in social Darwinism, which is survival of the fittest, which is, the most ruthless gets to rule over everyone else, because it's all rooted in materialism, and it's all rooted in this domination of the sacred masculine, which this is what leads to, people believing in government. This is what leads people to believing that man can be the highest being in the whole universe, and, have basically dominion over all his fellow brothers and sisters and all animals and life on earth. And also, this leads to, like I just said, mental masculine dominance. And people don't understand what that really entails until you have studied the earth brain and the different correspondences and the Orient. And, materialism always leads to ignorance. Ignorance is the adversary of light and truth. Okay, so people are willfully ignoring their own darkness and their the spirit. And so what has happened is materialism has really led people to becoming human cattle. And that's exactly what people are who are under mind control, who really just don't care about the reality that they live in. They don't care about anything other than their material possessions. And that's what good human cattle do. Good human cattle stay in materialism. They don't go any further than their five senses. And I know that sounds very harsh, but it's true nonetheless. And you can see this all through history. Gary Lockman, who is such a great author, he did the book, The Lost Knowledge of the Imagination. He says, in a materialist culture, the spirit is often neglected, but it is the spirit that gives life meaning. Okay? So I couldn't agree more with that. That's the thing. People think that life is just about putting their material possessions as number one, and going after that paper, and voting and all this stuff. And I'm going to get into this. I'm going to get into the hallmarks of materialism. Okay, and this is not limited to these hallmarks, but I just want to go through this because the more people understand what the main aspects of materialism are, hopefully it gets people to understand how to become aware of it and then make the change. So monetary solution, like I just talked about, physical wealth above all else. And that's basically, paper, digital money, crypto, gold, silver, stocks. All these are basically the primary solution to our human condition, which is rooted in materialism. This is basically the hallmark of materialism. So that's why I put it at number one, because people worship money. They put money above all else. Now, the second hallmark of materialism is the support and belief in man's law. Basically, that man is the lawmaker. Man gets to dictate what everyone else does with their lives, and with the threat of coercion, and basically, the state gets to dictate what people do with their resources and their property. There is no such thing as private property. That's what socialism is in a nutshell. I know socialism is a very loaded term, and I'm not going to, go further into breaking it down, but the point is to understand that this is considered a solution to man's problem in the world. Okay? And it's not a spiritual solution. It is in opposition to real spirituality. And therefore, it is not something that is going to benefit the species. Socialism does not necessarily benefit the species, other than we have something to learn from, okay? We are definitely learning from all the socialism that has taken place since the time that man started to begin to believe that man is the lawmaker, okay? And so this is, whenever that started, that's really when materialism started, okay? Because materialism is looking at man as the highest, lawmaker in the universe. And, it's like saying that there's no such thing as universal law, or universal law is second to man's law. And so we have to understand people get what they deserve. Natural law works perfectly, and that means that socialism is a direct metric of how much people really care. So the more that people don't care, the more socialism, aka the more slavery, there comes. Okay. So that being said, the third hallmark of materialism is voting. Voting is the violent exterior savior culture. Okay. And I emphasize the word cult. I capitalize the word cult because it's a savior cult. It means that people are okay with voting to basically push their will onto the other side that disagrees with them by way of making sure that as their vote gets passed, okay, the losing side now has to operate in the system as the other, team, and therefore has to watch over their shoulder, because now they have to abide by the law that has been passed. And if they don't, there will be a violent law enforcer who will, come and, either arrest them or fine them. And if they either fight back or don't pay their fine, they will be, put in a cage, and typically in a violent way, because no one wants to go in a cage. And if they fight back because they don't want to go in the cage, they typically will be offed. They will be murdered on sight. Okay, so that's why it's a violent exterior savior culture, because the savior in this case is the government who is enforcing these laws onto others. Okay, and so, but the point is about understanding that people are okay with that, who are voters. And even though and when it comes to violence and what do you do about violence as a form of self-defense, that's a whole nother story. But the point is that it's just about recognizing that this is a violent culture, that people just don't realize it's a violent culture, most people, because they don't see how their views are violently imposed on other people's rights. And they don't see how other people's views who are voting on the other side, how their views are imposed on them through violence. Okay, but a lot of people also don't see the violence because they believe in man as the authority. Therefore, they do whatever they're told to do, and they don't talk back. And they never really. They don't have any form of self-defense. They basically are totally okay with paying fines and totally okay with having their rights violated, as long as they're not being, hit, or they don't care if they're being lied to. They just don't want any trouble. And so you have a very passive culture in that way. Now, the other hallmark of materialism is that light is purely physical stimuli. So basically, this is the 5 sense limitation that I talked about earlier. So from a materialistic perspective, the 5 senses are understood as complex physiological systems that rely on physical stimuli and the biological process. Basically, there's nothing beyond the physical interpretation. The metaphysical reality at this point is obsolete in people's minds. It's not even a real thing. Now, the 5th hallmark of materialism is sexual immaturity. And sexual immaturity. I'm not putting sex down when I talk about this, okay? I'm not putting anyone down who's actually sexually immature, unless, of course, they're an adult. And I'm even then, I'm not trying to put anyone down. I'm just trying to call out what sexual immaturity is, because so many people are sexually immature. I mean, just think about how people objectify their, the people that they're having intercourse with. Okay. They just see them as some kind of, physical objects only. There's also the resistance to growth. This is someone who's just never seeking any truth. They're just living in their lower base desires. All they can think about is sex. And this is the physical sex. This is someone who has not matured spiritually in their spiritual growth to have a more elevated way of understanding sex. And also it's about the inability to communicate, not taking the necessary time to discuss desires or boundary conditions, or the consent of what's allowed and what's not allowed with their partners. And so the list goes on and on about sexual immaturity, but this plays right into being one of the hallmarks of materialism, because someone who is stuck in their base desires and never truly spiritually developing sexually, then they are easy to be manipulated and pulled into sexual things. I mean, just look all over the magazines and commercials and porn. I mean, it's always tugging at people's sexual organs. That's people allow that. They let that control them. And so that's a major one. Now, the sixth hallmark of materialism is moral relativism, which is the belief that there isn't an objective difference between right behavior and wrong behavior. So this is the belief that maintains man's law. This is the belief that creates more socialism, more enslavement for the whole world. This means that freedom can never come from a society that embraces moral relativism. Most people cannot even define what right behavior really is. They cannot define what a wrong behavior really is. A right behavior, to act correctly, to act rightly in the world, is to put out information, meaning to behave in a way that does not cause any harm or does not violate someone else's rights, that does not rob someone of their rights. Okay? And a wrong behavior is an action, it's a behavior, it's a violation of someone else's rights. It robs them of their rights, and therefore it is a harmful action. And so, that being said, people do not embrace that, and it's very simple. And people want to overcomplicate things. People want to overcomplicate things so much that they are willing to believe that if man agrees, because most people who embrace moral relativism believe that as long as everybody agrees on something, that's what makes it right. And so if everybody agrees that a grown man can rape a little boy, that's somehow right because everybody agreed on it. And that's not how reality actually works. Okay? So we have to understand that moral relativism is a absolute supporter of materialism. Okay, this is a world of pure darkness that embraces moral relativism. So this leads me to the seventh hallmark of materialism, which is no real care for truth. And this just means not putting truth first, which is a principle. A principle is that which comes first. So having a foundation is about having a foundation made of, based on truth, right? Okay, this is what I'm trying to get at with this checkerboard floor that I'm talking about, is about having a strong foundation. And if someone is not caring for truth and they're okay with their foundation being made of a house of cards, where, they don't mind that they are living on lies and deception, okay, where they've never really cared to understand the reality that they live in, then this is what will, eventually crumble. Okay, this is why people fall really hard. And, this is, where you can have your rock bottom. And to not care for truth is to not care for what actually is in reality, in the here and now. And to not care is to be mentally dominated by materialism, because materialism is basically putting all base desires, all material, above anything to do with that which is truth. And it just means putting, physical possessions above all else. And that means money, that means man's authority, that means, your time invested into, physical things, sexual desires, things like this, okay? And, this is why the house of cards will always crumble, because it's not based on principles. It's not based on truth. It does not have a solid foundation. So I just really want to stress that, because that is why not only people fall within themselves, but that's why empires rise and fall, because most empires are built on lies. They're built on deception, because they're built on a control structure. So to not be, in pursuit of truth and to not align to truth is basically to ask for more enslavement, aka more man's law, more socialism, and, a culture that becomes very violent as a result. Okay, not to say that cultures can't be violent without government either, okay? But I'm just saying that, that's government's only means to any end is through violence. And this is shown over and over again, all through history. So it's just very important to be aware of this. Now, we're going to get into orienting to the earth brain through understanding the correspondence to major religions and where they are largely centralized with the human brain. Okay, and so this is something that I've already talked about in Earth Brain 1 and Earth Brain 2. Okay, definitely in Earth Brain 1. And this is really where it started, because to understand religion and where they're largely located really does correspond to our brains and our consciousness, okay? And it's very, very important to pay attention to the symbols and pay attention to the geographic locations, and also to pay attention to what these religions really represent. And again, they're all in the northern hemisphere. Okay, so pay attention to this because this is a different orientation and it's based off of religion and it's also based off of alchemy as well. And I'm going to get further into the alchemy as we go. But what I want you to do is just imagine that this is the back of the brain, the human brain that's looking forward. Okay. And on the left, you see what I've been showing you earlier in this presentation, which is the correspondence of the brain on its side. So what you're looking at is the northern hemisphere of the brain, but it's sideways on the left. But that's just to give you a reference and to help you stay oriented. But as you can see in the top left, it says that the top light is material and the bottom half of the circle is spirit, okay? And if you're following along with what I'm saying and you see all these religions and you're realizing that they're all centralized in the upper half of the earth, then, I'm hoping you're going to start to make the connection. So it states the three Abrahamic religions of our world are Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. These three institutions are not only founded in the northern hemisphere, but Jesus Christ, the solar archetype, is the central figure of all three religions combined. Okay, now, obviously, they all have their different take on Jesus Christ. When it comes to the religion that really embraces the most materialistic belief, it would be Christianity, because Christianity, of all three of these religions, is the only one that believes that Jesus was crucified and then died and then rose from his box, his tomb. And Christians tend to believe this as a real event, to where Jews and Muslims don't really take to that belief. And so that is very unique to Christianity. All right. So of all religions, all different cultures, all different traditions, Christianity is unique with an actual corpse that rises from the box. And that is one of the reasons why so many people are so quick to literalize everything that they hear from the Bible. Okay. So the sun represents light, and from a materialist perspective, grounded in the five senses, it is understood as a purely physical phenomenon. Additionally, the sun is associated with the daytime sky. This means that the adherents of the Abrahamic faiths venerate the sun in the day sky, east to west and west to east, in the northern hemisphere of Earth. This has created a significant mental imbalance rooted in materialism, leading to an overemphasis on left-brained expression within many dominant religions around the world. Okay, so just really, really pay attention to this, and also pay attention to the place. Think about the Middle East. Okay, and if you're familiar with the geographic location, this is where Israel is. Okay, and just think about this word Middle East. Okay, because remember what I said about this pyramid of control, okay, with all the different directions, all the four different directions of the news, and media is the medium or the central part, okay? This is, and I talked about the Central Intelligence Agency, okay? So always pay attention to that which is central, or that which is in the middle, or the medium, because this is really where it's all leading. Okay. You think about the fact that on the back of our brain, this is located, this is connected to the R complex. And most of the war is taking place in the R complex of the earth when we're, putting it in this orientation. Okay. And it's very, it's a very large correspondence, because we have to, not only do we have to pay attention to the earth brain corresponding to our hemispheres with the earth hemispheres, but we also have to correspond our brain to the major religions of this world, because they are dominating our minds with these religions. Whether you're an atheist or whether you're agnostic or not, it doesn't matter. Becoming aware of them is how we're going to not allow this type of dominance to take place. And I'm not even here to try to completely demonize these religions. I'm definitely not demonizing the teachings. There's a lot of beauty in all three of these major religious teachings, and I've stated that many times before, but it's about understanding that the confusion is central in the Middle East. Okay, that's where the most war is taking place, and that is also, if you don't understand what's going on in your own brain, the confusion starts back here in the middle of the brain. Okay, being, locked in the R complex, being apart from the center. Okay, being confused about the center. Okay, and not knowing what to do, or where you're at, not understanding your location, not understanding what is really going on in the world. Okay, so being completely unaware, and this is keeping people in confusion. So this whole area, the Middle East, as long as they keep people in confusion in this area, people will stay controlled. They will stay dominated. Okay? That's what I'm really trying to get at. Now, through the animistic worldview, which is basically, seeing everything in nature having a soul, it's about seeing the spirit at the center of material. Okay, and through the animistic worldview, one can understand that spirit is at the center of the material things, including the sun. Okay, so this is why I'm not demonizing the sun, and no person should ever demonize the sun or think that just because there's a solar veneration or people are focusing on the sun in the day sky in the northern hemisphere, that we should just forget about the sun. And that's absolutely not what I'm saying. And I know that there are people who actually believe that's what I'm saying. There's people just make up all kinds of crazy things because they only hear what they want to hear. But what I'm saying is, understand, that's even why the sun is actually, in Latin, it's called soul, because it's about understanding the soul. It's about understanding that the sun is a proxy for spirit, and that's because it's light. But we have to understand that the sun is in an internal light. Okay? We have to see it as an internal light. That means a spiritual light. Okay? But through time, most people have been blinded by the mental material light, forgetting that it is spirit. Okay? So people have forgotten that the material really is spirit, because they have basically looked at material for a long enough time through the physical lens and have lost touch with what is actually real in nature. They've lost their connection. So That is a very, very important part of understanding this whole solar veneration. Okay, there is nothing inherently wrong with the sun. The sun is just as important as the moon, and just as important as the stars. And anybody who thinks anything else otherwise does not understand reality. Okay? So now Carl Sagan states a new consciousness is developing, which sees the earth as a single organism and recognizes that an organism at war with itself is doomed. And so microcosmically, as we are at war with ourselves, we are energizing that war in the Middle East and really all over the whole globe. Okay. And so that is something that people really need to pay attention to, because as one suffers, all suffer. We're all connected. And so as we heal, so does the earth, and so does all other organisms on this planet. So that's why it's very important to become conscious, to develop consciousness. And I would say that it's really not a new consciousness. It's just consciousness is finally starting to develop in a way where we are starting to see that we are on the verge of extinction as long as we continue to go the route that we're going. So we really need to discover ourselves. We really need to stop with all the war within and heal ourselves, so that way we can project that into the world, that healing. Okay? Now, this next slide is very, very important, and I just want people to really understand that there really is such a thing as de facto materialists or materialism, which is someone who pretends to be spiritual. So a lot of people pretend to be spiritual, and it is the belief that the physical world is priority number one, okay, over the spiritual. So a de facto materialist may engage in spiritual practices or hold spiritual beliefs, but these are often secondary to their material concerns. They may acknowledge spirituality as a cultural or psychological phenomenon rather than a fundamental aspect of reality. A de facto materialist prioritizes tangible, observable realities over spiritual or abstract concepts. Their worldview is grounded in temporal history and in what can be seen, measured, and experienced in the physical domain only. This is really going to offend a lot of people, and so be it. Most religionists of this world are in fact de facto materialists, as they prioritize the material world over the spiritual, often without identifying as a materialist. Their observable beliefs and behavior proves this through their prioritization and desire for money, for authority, external authority, external saviors, which is really one and the same, physical possessions, and the resistance to truth. Okay? So really think about that. And this is someone who typically dismisses the occult or any type of magic or sorcery or mind control, because, even though these so-called religionists of this world, or spiritual religionists, I should say, these so-called spiritual religionists, they believe in the supernatural, yet completely dismiss the occult. They dismiss mind control. They dismiss magic, sorcery. This is all just witchcraft. This is all evil. And also, it can't be proven with the physical senses, which is really ironic. And the New Age movement, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I just really wanted to make mention of it here because this is a movement based in materialism. Even though they are, spiritual in certain ways, they're more materialists than they are spiritual. And the New Age movement takes up about 1 to 2% of the world, and that might not seem like much, but it's a pretty nice sized little chunk in the whole world of the mind. Okay, but basically, the New Age movement ignores the negative reality, and that is one of the biggest flaws of this movement, because ignoring the negative is ignoring the feminine, and they don't really understand that. This is about ignoring the emotions and the traumas within, and just promoting positive vibes only, or positive emotions only, out into the universe. And there's nothing wrong with putting positive vibes out, but when you're ignoring the negative, this is a sure way to attract more negative into your life. And it's very ironic because the law of attraction is something that the New Age movement embraces, okay, but they don't do it in the way that they really should be doing it. And I'm going to get into that. But what they don't understand is positive is masculine, okay? It is a penetrative force. So it's very interesting because this New Age movement really is an emasculated cult. And that means that you're really not going to find too many real masculine men who are part of the New Age movement. These people are typically very passive. Okay, there might be some strong people in the movement, strong men who look strong, but they're mentally not strong. They're very passive, and these are people who are completely okay with the evils going on in the world. And these are people who completely negate the pillar of self-defense as a result of being very passive. So they have this feel-good spirituality, which is just go through life, positive vibes only, and as long as you're feeling good, you're doing things right. As long as you're not, some kind of, you're not focusing on the negative aspects of life, then you're all good. Everything is all good. It's all good. That's one of the things that these types of people tend to embrace, is this idea of everything is all good. And again, evil is necessary. And that's ridiculous, because that means that, if evil is necessary in the world and in the self, you might as well just become a tyrant. You might as well just let people run all over you. You might as well just, embrace socialism and be happy in socialism. And also, they take on the position that knowledge is subjective, that you can't really know anything in reality, which is complete nonsense. I always ask people who say, you can't actually know anything. And then I say, well, how do you know that? Right? So it's just about understanding that this is a contradicting, belief. And it really does nothing but basically make people feel like they don't have any real responsibility in this world. And also, when it comes to the law of attraction, this is more of a self-service aspect of the law of attraction, which is based in egotism. And that means that basically you can, do everything that you do in life for yourself. It has nothing to do with trying to make things better in this world because you recognize the suffering that's taken place, because you can't, because you're not supposed to, look into the negative aspects. And so this is all about just, what is good for me and mine, what can make me happy. I'm going to put good energy out there so I'll get more money, or so I'll get a nice car, or so I'll get a, some kind of, physically attractive partner. I mean, this is the mentality that a lot of these people carry. And I'm not making a blanket statement. I'm not saying that everybody embraces every single thing on here. But for the most part, this is the generalized idea behind the New Age movement. And also the belief in non-accountability, to just stand down. And this is part of the emasculated aspect of the sacred masculine. So this is what they do not embrace. They do not embrace the sacred masculine, and they do not really understand that they are being passive to the dominators of this world. They're letting this is where the right brain is in a slave think mentality and being dominated by the rulers of this world. And a lot of people are actually in that mentality as well. And so it's not just part of the New Age movement. And also spiritual bypassing, which is the denial of emotions and traumas and, the darker aspects of the self. Just ignore all that and everything will be all good. And I'm spiritual as a result, and this is just not the case. This is never going to make anybody truly grow spiritually. So, that being said, we're going to go to atheism, the worldview of atheism. And atheism has, it accounts for 6 to 17% of the world, give or take, okay? And atheism is the belief system which postulates that the creator, God, higher power is a made-up construct of the mind and therefore does not exist. Atheists dismiss the spiritual domain altogether and therefore dismiss the laws that are within the fabric of the universe, being the natural laws. They generally hold the view that the universe operates according to physical laws that lack inherent purpose, arising randomly from nothing without any specific reason. Okay? They believe that man is the highest intelligence, thus the lawmaker who gets to impose quote unquote order over others, including all of nature. Materialism is the central worldview of atheism. They believe the physical world is all that there is. Okay, so just think about that. I mean, this line right here, while I was reading this, they generally hold the view that the universe operates according to physical laws that lack inherent purpose, arising randomly from nothing without any specific reason. I mean, it's like saying that a Rolls Royce just randomly gave itself the design that it has, and it gave itself no purpose at all. It doesn't have any purpose to be used. It just randomly became that thing. That's how ridiculous that belief system really truly is when you really think about it. Okay? Now, since our aggregate spiritual house is inverted in our world, how do we individually turn it right side up? How do we raise ourselves out of materialism? Okay? And this is really going to take the effort of the individual. So Joseph Campbell, if you're not familiar with Joseph Campbell's work, I highly recommend it. His work is so powerful, and he has so much work. His quote here is everything to, becoming, coming out of this materialistic mindset. So a hero's journey often involves a descent into darkness, a confrontation with the shadow self. Okay, so I really want you to pay attention to that, to what he's saying there, because most people are looking for an exterior savior of some sort, okay, or some exterior hero. And people do not take the time to realize they are the hero of their own story. Okay, I'm the hero of my own story. You're the hero of your own story, and so is everybody else individually. It's when we start to believe in some kind of, socialist governmental control structure that takes us away from that special journey of the self. Okay? So now, I've talked about the top half of the circle. And so we're going to start really getting into the bottom half. And also, I'm going to continue to talk about both halves. So spirituality is the second stage of our journey. So this is the lower half. Okay, symbolically, of course. So spirituality is the personal journey or exploration of the self. It is the focus of truth discovery through individual experience, practices, and traditions, rather than adhering to specific religious doctrine. Spirituality is a constant unfolding connection to a higher power, or to the universe, or to nature, and the overall human experience. Spirituality is the expansion of consciousness and the unfoldment of the science of objective morality and the laws of nature. So what does spirituality actually lead to? It leads to questioning, actually questioning reality, which leads to researching reality and going, really deeply into any type of knowledge dealing with the self. It leads to deprogramming and actually reprogramming the self to nature, okay, through the, animistic worldview. And it is about learning the occult. It leads to learning the occult because now you're dealing with the spiritual laws, the hidden laws of nature, okay, that are everywhere all at once, okay? They're here now and they always have been and always will be as long as this whole universe is operating, okay? Or alive. And spirituality leads to listening with the heart, because when you're going down, when you're descending down into darkness of the self. It's about realizing that your emotions have to be dealt with. It's about realizing all the traumas that are going on, and therefore you start to become sensitized and start to listen with the center, the heart. And it's what leads to working on balance. So as you become aware of the darkness, you are also starting to become aware of the light, the true light, and the physical light as well. Okay, the understanding of the physical light. And so you're starting to become, more consciously dualistic and starting to refine yourself, to fine-tune yourself. And this is what leads to shadow work. This is what leads to, so shadow work is, really, again, dealing with the traumas, dealing with your emotions, dealing with the darker aspects of yourself that are hiding deep within. This is also about going into the collective unconscious, which is something I'm going to get into later. And this is what leads to facing your fears and building courage to say no to that which is incorrect and that which is wrong, okay? Which is, they're synonymous. And that's what leads to honesty. So becoming more honest with the self is going to cause growth. This is going to cause more alignment to natural law. This is what's going to generate more of a society that is free. Okay, so I'm going to get to that too. But this is also what leads to the second quote unquote birth. Okay, this is the spiritual birth. And this is something that a lot of people do not understand because they have not done any type of tracing of the self. They've not done any real shadow work or real homework on the self, not understanding that the second birth is the rising of the spirit. Okay, so this is where the birth or even the cultivation of the spirit really begins. And this is about finding your care, to be inspired to, find your care deep within because you really want to understand the truth. What is the truth? How much do you really care enough for truth, for that which is? Okay, which is in opposition with deception and lies. So it's about switching the self over to light. Okay, it's about switching the self over from deceiving yourself, from lying to yourself. And again, this is the alignment to natural law. And spirituality always leads to more truth, because as you become spiritually aligned in nature, the more truth will be at your doorstep over and over and over. Okay. For someone who's not looking for the truth, they're never going to find the truth. The truth might hit them in the face a few hundred times in their life, but that doesn't mean that they're going to awaken. It leads to responsibility, the ability to respond to reality correctly, okay? And that means that if there is something immoral going on, you have the ability to respond with knowledge, with an understanding, okay? And also it's about discovering your role in nature, because there really is such a thing as a role in nature, which means to align to natural law, which means to orient yourself correctly, okay? And of course, spirituality leads to freedom, essentially, okay? But of course, you need the help of everyone else to reach that maximum amount of freedom, where freedom is going on more so in this world than slavery. Okay, so we are really out of alignment in that department. The whole world, most of the world, is enslaved. Okay, we have to understand there are degrees between slavery and freedom, and I would say most of the world is enslaved, but we can change that around if we all individually just start to work on ourselves a lot harder and really move in the direction of truth. Because as we align to truth and become more honest with ourselves, therefore be more moral in this world, the more freedom will manifest as a result. Now, Gerald Massey, who is one of the greatest Egyptologists who teaches the ancient Egyptian mythology, dealing with the solar, the lunar, and the stellar, he says to the materialist, everything is a mere accident. To the spiritual thinker, everything is an unfolding purpose. Okay? So just understand that, not everything is just some grand accident. Because if that were the case, there would just be no order in this whole universe. There would be no such thing as, you might as well just rule out gravity. It's quite ridiculous with people thinking that, something like gravity is just a mistake or an accident. It's really bizarre that people feel this way or think this way. If you're looking to improve your understanding of natural law, morality, symbolism, the trivium and quadrivium, hermeticism, mind control, the occult, the language of the birds, green language, the ancient Egyptian mythos, and or the mystery traditions, then make sure to visit and listen to the Cubbyhole podcast, where these critical topics are unveiled, discussed, and tested. All can be found at cubbyhole.com. Now, we're going to go a lot further into the realm of symbolism, and I'm going to start out with this yin-yang symbol, and I know it doesn't really look like a yin-yang symbol yet, but it will as I go through this whole slide. And the yin-yang comes from the Chinese philosophy known as Taoism, and Tao means the way. And as we go through the slide, you will start to see what the way actually represents. Okay, now obviously there's many different representations for the yin-yang because you're dealing with light and dark. So there's a lot of knowledge that you can bring to this type of information, but we have to at least get familiar with the aspects of each energy, being the yin energy, which is the sacred feminine energy. This is dealing with night and dark and spirit, dealing with the unseen forces in nature, the occult. This is dealing with negative and that can be good negative or bad negative, and also passive or receptive. Okay? And then the yang energy is the light side, the light half, which is dealing with day, light. This is dealing with the material body. This is dealing with positive, which can be negative or positive, good or bad. Okay, just like in the New Age movement, positive can also be a negative thing, too much positive. Especially if you're looking at the world through just a physical positive lens, that can be very bad. So I just want to make that very clear so we stay balanced. And also, this is the active principle in nature, okay? So I'm expressing this, this symbol as the way. When I show how it moves, this is going to be related to the symbolic journey, spiritual journey of the self, okay? And so if you're to think what one of these energies is going to be the first energy that goes into the other one. And I think the most reasonable or the most obvious would be that it is the sacred masculine that penetrates the receptive sacred feminine energy, and this would be the cause or related to the cause. And so this would be where there's a material dominance of the mind, being in the world, seeing the world physically, and therefore it becomes a domination over the sacred feminine energy. But because of this puts motion into the universe. This is part of understanding the law of vibration. So as there's a cause, there's an effect, and that effect is the sacred feminine energy that is the spiritual law that is, coming back around. Okay. So this is all part of understanding karma and natural law. Okay. So as the self, the dominant mental material self becomes aware that there's something more to them, then what happens is they are curious, and you could look at this as the material mind penetrates the spiritual realm, then the dominant material mind can be looked at as chi, or the seed. And chi in Taoism is the flowing energy that goes through all things. And even though chi and seed are not really two of the same things, they are kind of similar in the sense that the seed is carrying the energy into a specific location. So that means that in this case, the seed is the material dominant self is going to be dissolved into the sacred feminine, okay? Where the sacred feminine, so that you can look at this as the chi is moving down into the sacred feminine to conceive the spirit, okay? To be brought back up into the material body, all right? So this is all through, different traditions and religions. This would be considered the eschatology. This is dealing with final things. This is where the material dominant mind goes to quote unquote die. Okay. And so that means that the material mind is no longer just looking at the world through a physical lens. It's starting to realize that it's becoming spiritual. So this would be the realm of spiritualism. This is where the self is starting to develop. And you can look at this as the conception of care. This is where care is found. Care for truth. Because now it's about realizing that there's more to the self than just the physical. And so there's this beautiful conception of the second sacred birth. All right. And this would be related to the seed and chi also, because it's about the spirit being raised into the material body. So that energy is flowing back into the material body to where spirit is raised and there is this unity. And therefore now you have this correct yin-yang symbol as a result. Okay? And so this is the way. This is the way, and this is one of the ways that it's explained. This is the way I'm explaining it. But this is the way that we can understand how these energies actually work and how you can reflect that back into yourself and how you can correspond that to the macrocosm and see it basically on all planes all throughout the universe. Okay? So the reason that I even brought this up was to prepare us for the zodiac. And the zodiac means the circle of animals. Okay? And there's other ways to call the zodiac, or you could call it the zodiac. Okay? So I'm carrying the concept of the yin-yang into the zodiac. And so if we can think about the zodiac as having this motion, this circular motion through all these different houses of the zodiac, all these different signs, all these different constellations, then we can really start to see how this really connects to us at a very deep level. And I'm showing the orientation of both directions of this zodiac. This is a zodiac that I put together just so we can see the directions that we can look at this as, okay? So just keep in mind that the only way that you can really look at this in both directions is because there's no such thing as a east and west pole, okay? There's only a north and south pole. So as you can see, June 21st is always at the top. North is always at the top. South is always at the bottom. December 21st is always at the bottom, okay? But the directions of east and west can change, and I've seen so many different orientations of the zodiac, and I know there's a lot of ambiguity that's surrounding the zodiac, but the more knowledge that you bring to the zodiac, the more you can become aware of how correct something is and how incorrect something is. And I've looked at the zodiac enough to tell you that this orientation, both of these orientations, are very, very vital to understanding our lineage back into the ancient world, and also understanding the solar mythos, okay? Something I've talked about many, many times. And so basically, if we really, really want to, understand the zodiac in its proper orientation, I look at these two ways as being correct. Now, I typically choose the one on the right because it aligns to the clock, and I'm going to show you that. But I also look at it as going in the opposite direction, because this can also help us, go further back. So I made this for people, so you can, screenshot it. I'm actually putting this up in the slides on the website on cubbyhole.com. So if anybody wants to use these particular zodiacal wheels, please feel free to take them, share them, use them. You can use them in your own presentations, whatever you want to do with them. But I'm just trying to make it a little easier to look at both directions while you're doing your studies, because it can be very difficult to flip the wheel over in your mind. And a lot of people look at the zodiacal wheel in different orientations, and that are even different than this. And and I think that's good to some degree, but as long as you're staying true to December 21st being, south, and June 21st being north, I think that's really where you're going to find the most value in this circle of animals. Okay. So that being said, now putting the zodiac together with the regular 12-hour clock is very important to pay very close attention to, because of the direction. Think about a clock going clockwise. So, wouldn't you think that staying true to the clock is a wise thing to do? But also, we live in an inverted world, so it's also important to look at it through the counterclockwise direction as well. But the main thing that I want to, pay attention to and draw the attention to is just remember there's 12 months in a year. Okay. So it's a full annual cycle or full annual circle, just like the circle of animals is a full circle of 12 houses. Okay. And these 12 houses also align with the 12 hours of a half of a day, which is really the, you could say from 12 to 12 is correlating to the waxing angles of the sun of a full day. Okay. And so, that's important to pay very close attention to. But this is part of understanding the solar cult, because 12 is dealing with the greater mysteries, and the greater mysteries are dealing with the solar mythos. And so time and cycle measure systems are very, very important to pay close attention to, because these systems are manipulated to control our everyday, with getting people to believe that time is a real, construct, or a real thing, but it's really just a measuring system. It's really just to keep our place, to understand cycles within the cosmos and to understand patterns. It's a pattern recognition system. Okay. So also, pay attention to this. The, between Sagittarius and Capricorn down at December 21st, that's when the sun goes to its lowest point. Between the 21st and the 24th, that's where the sun is basically just sitting at its lowest point in the southern hemisphere, okay, from our perspective on Earth, and especially from our perspective in the northern hemisphere. And so this is associated with death, okay? Always. This is always associated with death. And therefore, think about where the number 6 is and think about, how is 6 tied in with death? Well, we always say 6 feet below, right? Getting buried 6 feet below, that's always associated with death. And so that's very, very important to pay close attention to that correspondence, because that has a lot to do with, well, really everything to do with the eschatology, but also just think about this. 9 is a completion number, okay? And so most people do a 9 to 5 job. Well, when do they typically get home? I don't know, around 6 o'clock. So basically it's the time of death. You can correlate that, okay? So just, keep that in mind, but it goes a lot deeper than that. And there's so much to these houses. There's so much to this orientation, and I'm going to go through a lot more of this as we progress. So we also have to keep in mind that there is a international clock, or military clock, which is 24 hours. And as you can see, 12 is at the bottom, 6 is to the right, and 18 is to the left. And then, 24 would be at the top where it says the 00. And this is important to this zodiac as well. A lot of people don't know that the zodiac, all the houses, actually have a dark and light aspect to them, or a feminine and masculine aspect to them, okay? So that means that the zodiac actually has 24 parts. And also, the round table of King Arthur is part of understanding this as well. It corresponds, all right? And this is a very, very big deal, this number 24. Just think about the year that we're in. We're in the year 2024, okay? And 24 is in the alphabet, it is numerically what letter? It is X, okay? And just think about all the all the energy given to this one symbol or letter in the past couple of years, okay? There's no coincidence to that, but it's about understanding the Alpha and the Omega as well, okay? The beginning and the end. It's a cycle, okay? And also, for anyone who wants to go further into the X symbol, I did a whole major show on that symbol in the cubbyhole, and I highly recommend anybody to check that out and really see all the correspondences with that symbol. I mean, it's incredible how deep that symbol is, and it's going to that's something I'm going to continue to talk about as we go through this presentation and on into the other 2 presentations that are going to follow this one. So now I want to get back to this light and dark, and this top light and bottom dark symbol, okay? And I'm overlaying the brain hemisphere here, okay? So this orientation is being played out first because it can really help us understand the zodiac and staying oriented with the sacred masculine and sacred feminine, okay? But then it's important to understand the brain in this direction, okay? So just really pay attention to that. Pay attention to the orientation, okay? But don't get too caught up on where the brain is pointing either, okay? Try to understand that the bottom half of the right hemisphere of the brain in this case is the sacred feminine holding the sacred masculine. Okay, it is cradling it like a mother would. Okay, so this brings me to the letter D, the capital letter D. Okay, and this is something that I've talked about with other letters like L or like K. And I think on the last presentation, I talked about the capital letter E, which is in relation to the three pillars on their side facing east with the north on top. Okay, so this is something that I like to do, which is go further into the letter, because the letter is a symbol, and the letter being the first letter of a word. Typically a word starts with a capital letter, and the capital letter is a principle. So using that letter to see the form of that letter, to see what it actually looks like in comparison to anything else in nature, okay, or other symbols that we use. This can really help us understand how to compare and contrast different symbols and really pull from them something more. And as you can see, D symbolizes the right hemisphere of the human brain, corresponding to the lower half of the zodiac and Earth, okay, in the south. All right. And so I put the dark half of the circle next to the D, so you can see that it looks like a D, and then that corresponds to the dark half being the right brain. Okay, so this is the sacred feminine. All right, this is the place that people are so afraid to go into. And so what does this symbol stand for? And obviously there's so many words that have the letter D, but if you pay attention to what the bottom half represents and correspond that to words that start with the capital letter D, then it really starts to resonate. So for instance, D stands for descend. That means to descend down into the dark, right? To take a deep dive. I mean, that's something that spiritualists have been talking about for, many, many years. It's taking a deep dive into a very deep ocean. So going deep into the self, going deep into the darkest aspects of the self, which is dealing with the shadow self, okay? And this is dealing with dusk, which means when the sun is going down, this is what causes the dusk. This is nighttime, okay? Dark time. This is where animals, the den is where animals dwell. Okay, there's another D word, dwell. They dwell in a den, okay? And think of all the animals in the zodiac. They're dwelling in this zodiac, okay? And it's also dim. So dim is the dimming of light. It's about going down into the dark. And also, you have the word dead, because this is about the aspect of the self where, there is decay of the material dominant self, like I showed in the yin yang. Okay. So this is dealing with death. It's dealing with decay. It's when the sun is going down in the south, it causes decay in the north of, think about the time of fall. Okay, think about winter. Okay, this is about when it gets a lot harder to live because it becomes very cold, and leaves fall and things start to seemingly die. And some things actually do die as a result of being too cold. And so death is, inevitable. Death is always going to happen. And so this is all about the drop. Think about dropping in, like think about skateboards dropping into a half pipe. It's about dropping into the darkness. It's about dropping like a drop of water. And this is dealing with water. This whole lower half is dealing with water. So it's like a drop of water. To dig is to dig into the self, to dig deeply into the self, to dig out things that you can look at, to dig for the truth. And, the word dug is basically to have dug out something, right? To have dug out, things in the past. So it's basically the same thing as dig, but dirt, to dig dirt, think about cultivating, think about a garden. You're digging in the dirt, okay, in the lower half. So think about the top half as the sky and the sunny sky. And then you have the bottom half is the dirt. To dig in the dirt, that's spiritually like digging in the darkness of the self, going in search for truth. You have, and so it's, you're digging a ditch, right? You're digging a ditch because it's also part of understanding this is a grave, to dig your grave for your material dominance self, okay? And I know that sounds very scary when you think about it in a literal sense, but don't think about it in a literal sense. It's symbolic, okay? So it's about becoming aware of demon. Now, demon is very interesting because the word demon has nothing but negative connotation. But when you realize that demon is D-moon, okay? Demon is D-moon, okay? Because it's the dark half of the moon, but also that indicates that there's a light half of the moon because demon actually means spirit, okay? It means spirit, either a good spirit or a bad or dark spirit, okay? And so, this is about understanding that the moon is what shows us the dark half and the light half of self. Okay, it's a reflection. So it's the D-moon. Okay, just like you see with that half of the circle in darkness, that would be a D-moon. But again, that indicates that there's a light half as well. So I really want to clear that up because this is, this comes from ancient paganism, this word demon, okay? And, this has been basically obfuscated over time through religion, and that's why people always associate the sacred feminine, dark aspect, the dark side of the self, with demons. So you won't go down there. So you will ignore the spiritual laws. So you'll really truly ignore the spirit and stay in the material religious mindset. Okay? And then that is what leads to dogma. Okay? So, dogma is basically the lie that is covering up the truth. So discovering dogma is about discovering truth, really. Okay? So going down in the dark in search for truth is about going in, becoming aware of dogma. It's about understanding that Ma represents the sacred feminine and dog is the reverse of God, okay? Because it's about understanding God in reverse in order, because it's about understanding the dark side and the light side, okay? The dark side of God is dog, Ma, okay? And the light side is truth, okay? Because it's about discovering the light through the dark, because we must go through the dark in order to discover the light. And it is the capital letter D is the fourth letter of the alphabet. And that's very important because the 4 is the square. And the square, that is basically the letter or the number 4 is, it preserves the right angle triangle. And the right angle triangle preserves the square, the 4 points. Okay? And this is the base. Okay? So that means that, what I have been trying to help people understand with light and dark, that's about understanding the foundation. That is the base. So in order to really understand the foundation, we must go in the dark. This is the base. Okay? This is about finding the base of reality. This is about discovering the foundation of reality, which is found in the spiritual realm. Okay? This is the mist of Avalon down here. Okay? And so hopefully that's making sense. Hopefully the correspondences are connecting in your mind. And hopefully it inspires you to see that there are more correspondences, a lot more correspondences, as you become aware of the mystery traditions and sacred geometry in correspondence with the letters as symbols, okay, that can really reveal so much more to us as we, go down this path. So now, keeping those orientations in mind, here is the zodiac overlaid with the direction going clockwise, with the waxing going up and the waning angles of the sun going down. So this is about understanding. This is such a very important slide because in order to understand a whole annual cycle, we have to understand that the sun waxes from the 25th of December all the way to June 21st. And then on June 24th, the sun starts to wane again all the way down to the 21st, the winter solstice. Okay? So you have to understand that these angles, these waxing and waning angles, are so important when having this orientation of the zodiac. Okay, so keeping that in mind while you're studying this zodiac. And also keep in mind that this circle, with the half circle of light at the top and the bottom half circle being, the spirit, okay, this is showing you the direction, okay? It's showing you the waxing and waning, but when we're looking at waxing, we have to understand that the conception of the sun starts on December 25th, because that's where the sun rises 1 degree north in the south, in the southern hemisphere below the equator, okay? So once the sun breaks the equator on typically on March 21st, that would be when the sun is being birthed into the spring. It's springing out of the womb, okay? And then, when the sun is going below the fall or autumn equinox, this is about, just look at the wordplay. The sun is falling, right, in fall at the autumn equinox. And, this is like the very end of Virgo into Libra. And this is also the sun going into autumn or into a tomb, right? So the sun is going into a tomb. It's going into darkness, okay? So I'm going to really go a lot further into that as I get into my other Earth Brain presentations on down the road. Now, Noah's Ark is really important to this symbol and the zodiac. So Noah's Ark is an allegory for preserving zoo-type constellations and the deluge cycle. Okay, so just pay attention to the fact that this circle is not just a circle, it's an arc. It's an arch. Okay? And what is it full of? The zodiac is this circle of animals. Okay, so it's an arc of animals. And so this is basically a romanticized way of expressing the zodiac, okay, to preserve the knowledge of the animals as constellations that are moving through the deluge, which would be considered a storm, okay? And of course, it's about understanding that the ship is basically shipping the animals to a place of refuge, which, symbolically is about going through a cycle, a whole deluge cycle. And this is all tied in with the cycle of the 7 different pole stars that the Earth's pole goes through every, around every 26,000 years through different ice ages. Okay. If you even take that position, and I do. And so going through a storm, and it's not just that, it's going through a whole, you can look at the whole year as a storm as well. Okay. You can look at, going through all the different houses, as, the animals are, and remember this, there's a female and male animal. And there's, I don't remember how many animals there are, but the point is about understanding that this is in correspondence to the houses of the zoo types. Because remember, I said each house holds a light and dark aspect, a feminine and masculine aspect, and that relates to a female and male animals of the same species, okay? And so this is a way of understanding that the rainbow is what comes after a storm. And the rainbow is this beautiful arc or arch that comes after a storm. So this is about discovering this knowledge after it has, been forgotten, okay? And it hasn't been seen for a while. It's been washed away. So if you see the knowledge starting to come out, starting to be pulled out, the science behind this archetype, this archetype, and that's, think about that, the word archetype, and how that's associated with this Noah's Ark. It's because it's about understanding that this information is held within this archetype, and then what we're supposed to do when we really need it after a certain amount of a storm that is passed in our societies. We are supposed to pull the science out of the archetype to recognize what it's really saying, so we can start to reconnect with the ancient world that is trying to preserve these cycles, so we understand how to survive in this world. Okay, it's all about survival. I mean, it's not all about survival, but it's all about it's about survival and the evolution of the species, the spiritual development of self. Okay, so there's so much more to this Noah's Ark, but I'm going to keep on going. And basically here, I just want to show the annual cycle. So this is the sun just, going through the spring time, from Aries. The sun is in Aries and begins its trek into summer and going all the way, dipping down into autumn. And then this is where the sun goes to its lowest point and stays there. And then it rises 1 degree north on December 25th. And, now we have winter until we have spring again. So I just wanted to show that whole cycle just to get you oriented, okay, to help people understand that now I'm going to show you the solar mythos spiritual journey correspondence, and I'm going to do this without any mythology, but the mythology is so crucial, okay? But I'm preparing people for what's to come. So basically, we start out in the world of the physical birth, okay? And we start out in Aries. Always start out in Aries because Aries is number 1 on the zodiac. But also because, think of the green language in Aries. It's arise, okay? To arise, to arrive into this world, right? So we're birthed into this world. So we're going through our material, physical lens, type of experience, trying to figure out what's going on. And then we go peek our heads down into the dark realm. And this is the beginning of the death of the mental material dominance. Okay. Where the dominance of the mental material mind is starting to diminish, because now we're starting to look into the dark. We're starting to go in search for spirit or source or the higher power. And it's how ironic that the higher power is really discovered down below, okay, symbolically, okay? So now we journey through this, darkness and go in search for our soul. And this is the December 21st would be where our mental material dominance goes to its death, okay? Where it's no longer dominant. That's all that means. It doesn't mean that we don't have a mental material lens anymore. It just means that's not dominant any longer. And this is where the conception of care and spirit is discovered, okay? Because there's knowledge that has been taken in. There has been suffering in trying to understand what's really going on in this world and actually becoming aware of what's really going on, because that's the only way that you'll ever discover your care. And anybody who's found their care knows this, obviously. So as the sun goes through the winter and up to Pisces, through Pisces, just think of, Pisces is associated with the Pisces symbol, the 2 overlapping circles that create that yoni symbol. Okay, so this is where the sun is being birthed, and this is spiritually the second birth. Okay, And this is where the sun arises. And this is also associated with air, eye, because it's about raising into the air. Okay, having your first breath of air, first breath of spirit, right? Because spirit means breath. And so it's about arising in the air, out of the womb, okay? And, even the ram symbol that you see closest to the middle, that is the symbol for the ovaries or for the feminine genitalia, okay? So and even look at Aquarius. Aquarius is where, this would be where the sacred feminine is pregnant with, the sun being, inside. And I'm going to get a lot further into that. But again, I'm just prepping everybody for what's to come. I'm just getting you used to the motions, the motion of the ocean. And of course, then when the sun rises to the top to June 21st or into Cancer, this means spirit is raised in material, because it means that one has gone on their journey to discover spirit and then come back into the material self, raised and balanced, okay? And so it's a very beautiful journey. Everybody's journey is different. But these symbols can help guide us and help us understand this journey, okay, a lot better. So we have to thank our elders for putting information like this together, just to, at least have a better understanding. And it doesn't mean that everything that you're seeing on here is 100% accurate, but it is in the sense that, we are using these archetypes and these houses, these constellations, to keep track of where the sun is in relation to the time of the year, and also in relation to the self and consciousness. Okay, so it all correlates, and this is all part of understanding the Ouroboros. And the Ouroboros is the symbol for a cycle, okay, that the cycle just keeps on eating itself. And so this is a very powerful application that we can use in, different mystery traditions, okay? Many different mystery traditions can help us understand this whole cycle process, or esoteric religions, okay? Now, this is another piece that I did, which is the sacred feminine that looks like Mother Mary, or you could also say Isis. Okay, basically, just look at it as the sacred feminine being the moon, being the lunar, is in the east, and this is, the time where, Pisces becomes Aries, the ram, okay? So this is about, as you can see, the moon and the sun are, if you were to continue the arc of the sun, you would get the Pisces symbol. But this is about the sacred feminine giving birth to the rising light. Okay, so spiritually, this would be the rising of the hero. Okay, and this has been looked at as spiritually as and esoterically as Jesus Christ, or this can be looked at as Horus, which is way more ancient, okay? And there's so many other solar deities that have this same story, okay? So this is just, again, to help us orient and have a better understanding of what it is that's being said. Don't take it so literal. Look at everything through the lens of the exoteric, which is the literal, and then the esoteric, which is the allegorical or the symbolic or the archetypal, okay? Now, now we're going to get into a little bit more of an advanced aspect. And, I've talked about this tracing board multiple times. This is the tracing board by the artist Josiah Bowring. And I'm just showing this to understand the direction of light, which is east. Okay. So I put the light and dark brain hemispheres in correlation, in correspondence to this tracing board. So we'll have a better understanding of how to orient ourselves. So this is the first degree tracing board. And this is what we trace out or pull from this tracing board in order to understand our orientation better. Okay. And so there's so much, this tracing board is filled with so much knowledge, so much that you can pull from this. And, I continue to pull from this symbol even to this day. It blows my mind how much is stored within this archetype or in this image. And it's a very, very beautiful way of understanding sacred geometry, okay? And our relation to the sun, the moon, and the stars, and even the planets, okay? So I'm showing this also with the overlaid circled dot symbol with the perpendicular parallel lines, and I'm going to explain this symbol a lot further and how to use it, how to apply it. And it's such an ancient symbol and there's so much you can do with it, but I'm sharing it here because I just want you to get familiar with the fact that when you overlay this symbol on this image, this tracing board, right in the center, you can see that the initiate on the ladder who's in green, green is a green frequency. You can see that the right where the dot is where the anchor is. And that anchor represents principle. It represents truth. Okay. So we're getting to the truth. Now, obviously the key is not in the center. And that's because the key is not there to represent the truth. The key is there to represent that we need to deserve that key to get to the truth. And that means to care enough to get that key in order to discover what the truth really is. Okay? And there's so much more to that. So this circled dot and bordered by two perpendicular lines or parallel lines is, and this is this goes hand in hand with synchromysticism, because remember, the number 11 is a synchronicity number, or the double 11 is a synchronicity number. And this is all about becoming aware of both in order to synthesize into the center. So the important thing to keep in mind here is that each line represents the Tropic of Cancer in the north, but also the pole on the left represents the North Pole. And then the South Pole is, this is also associated with the Tropic of Capricorn, okay? But Capricorn, obviously, the Tropic of Capricorn is not the South Pole, and the Tropic of Cancer is not the North Pole. It's just about understanding the direction, okay? So it's about staying oriented with the directions. So the sacred feminine would be to the right and sacred masculine would be to the left, okay? Now I'm going to show you how to apply this. And this is very, very powerful to show people, or to become aware of where the zodiac is lit up in correlation to where the sun is directly hitting the earth. So as you can see in the spring equinox, the sun is hitting directly in the center with respect to the ecliptic pole, which is the green pole that you see, okay? So it's basically a perfect 90-degree angle that it's creating as a result, okay? It's right in the center. And this would be, the time period between Aries and Gemini, okay? So Aries, Taurus, and Gemini. And then on over to the summer solstice in the northern hemisphere, the sun hitting directly, at its highest point this is the Tropic of Cancer, okay, in the summer solstice. That's why it starts in Cancer and then it goes all the way to Virgo, okay? And then down, and then that's what creates, where the sun goes down below the equator, or back to the equator, okay? Back to the equator is, down to the autumn equinox. And this is where the sun is directly in the beginning of the autumn equinox. This is when the sun is hitting the earth directly in the equator again. So just remember, equinox is equator. So you have your equinox of spring and your equinox of fall, okay? So as you can see, there's the fall going from Libra to Sagittarius, okay, in the bottom right. And then on over to the winter solstice. And as you can see, the sun is below the equator, which is 23.5 degrees south, okay, of the equator. And that is where the sun is hitting. This is what's causing the wintertime in the northern hemisphere, okay? And this circled dot symbol is so important to understanding these degrees of 23.5 north and the degrees 23.5 south, okay, as a pointer tool, okay? But this is to help us understand ourselves. It's a direct reflection into self, okay? And because it's about our whole spiritual journey is symbolically corresponding, something that we learn from the sun, okay? And it's not just the sun, but it's about, following the path of the sun, going in the direction of east, okay? And there's so much to this, but it's all about balance, all right? So I'm sharing this for people who want to, trace themselves and go a lot further and see the direction. I'm trying to make this as easy as possible. And also, I went ahead and made it in the opposite direction because remember, there is no west and east poles. So we have to look at this in the direction of the counterclockwise direction, okay? And, when we look at it this way, it can be a little disorienting, but it's going to cause orientation. It's going to cause us to be more, centered in the way that we look at this wheel and be able to look at this wheel from any direction. It's a very, very powerful and necessary tool to reconnecting to the ancient elders of the past and understanding this whole solar mythos that we're all part of and get out of the materialism of this solar cult, okay? Because, again, I've stated this before, we are all part of a solar cult. Whether we believe that or like that or not, we are, because it's about understanding this solar veneration, okay, in the day sky, in the northern hemisphere. And, so it's such a big deal. Now, this is Euclid's 47th proposition, and this is something that I brought up in, now obviously this whole slide is not Euclid's 47th proposition, but I'm going to get into that. But this is something that I brought up in the last presentation, and this is also referred to as the Pythagorean theorem, which is the 3-4-5 ratio, okay? So the ancient Egyptian string trick is what this right angle triangle is that you see here. And you see 12 knots, okay? And the 12 knots relate to 12 months or 12 houses of the zodiac, or also the 12 hours, okay? So this is found in this very beautiful tracing board. I'm not sure who the artist is, but this is a Masonic tracing board that can really help us understand the 12 months and 12 houses a lot further and understand our orientation. This tracing board in particular really is the divine synchromystic orientation when you really study it, okay? Because it has pretty much everything in it. It is such a powerful, powerful image. And the 12 knots are also, the 3-4-5 is also related to the journey of learning the totemic hero phases or hero cult phases all in one image. Okay, so that being the sun, the moon, and the stars. So that would be solar, lunar, and stellar. All right. So this whole string that we see here on the right with the 12 knots is in correspondence with the 12 knots that we see in the tracing board. And the string is analogous to the path of the sun, but even more than that, it's the stellar joining with the lunar to produce the 5, okay? So the 5 is what creates, the 5 joined with the 7 or the 3 and the 4 is what creates the greater mysteries, okay? All in one image, okay? And remember, greater mysteries is always associated with the solar cult, okay? The solar mythos. So it's the descent and dark swing below, okay? And then the ascent up, which is birthed as the 5 being the hero. So 5 is the birth of spirit within the 12, okay? So the 7, the 3 and the 4 is birthing the 5, and I'm going to get into this. This is the hero, okay? This is the birth within the solar material self, okay? So 5 knots supports the whole 12. Without the 5, you can't have the 12. So spirit supports the material. It animates it, okay? So it is the result of 3 and 4 forming the 7, okay? The right angle, the square, okay? This is why 7 is such a powerful number, because it's the material and the spirit all in one image, okay? So if you ever wanted to understand where the 7, the number 7 actually originates and why it's so powerful, this is it. It's about finding the right angle, okay? And the right angle, I talked about, this is what Ma'at is all about, which Ma'at means that which is straight, that which is perpendicular, okay, with this perfect 90-degree angle. This is what forms a right angle. And the reason it's a right angle, because it's dealing with rights. It's dealing with that which is correct and right. So there's so much to this. Now, it's all about understanding that material and spirit are both simultaneously one and the same, okay? So I want to explain this a little further. Now, Rudolf Steiner states, one must learn to see the spiritual in the material, for the two are inseparably connected. Very well stated. And Rudolf Steiner, such a great author. And here we see a square. So remember, I said the 7 is what finds the square, but really the 5 is what finds the square. It's the 5 is what supports the square of the 7. And I know this is very advanced what I'm saying, but if you really are a serious student, if you're really caring, you're going to start to see why we have things like a square. Okay, what is the importance of a square? Why is the 7 considered the symbol of the square? Okay, so this is very high level Masonic geometry. Okay, and so here we have the square. Well, what is related to the square? Think about the elements of nature. We have earth, water, air, and fire, and in that order. Okay, so these are the 4 elements in nature. Okay, and it's dealing with the 4. And between the elements is the quintessence or the spirit. Okay, so this is the 5th point in the middle. Okay, this is where we get that symbol for spirit, right in the middle. Okay, and again, you have to pay attention to the orientation of the elements. And I know there's other ways to use other different orientations of the elements, but I think it's really, really important to understand the elements in this order, okay? And also pay attention to the light half of the circle and the dark half of the circle, okay? Because it's very important in relation to this symbol. Now, this is the inverted pentagram, okay? And I'm starting with this in relation with the elements and with the spirit, because we have to understand that in a world of materialism, if we are, remember, the square is material, okay? And then the spirit is at the center. So if the spirit is below the 4 points or the 4 elements which are associated with the physical realm, okay, the material realm, then what that means is spirit has not been realized. It has not been actualized. This means that this is symbolic of someone who is still in materialism. But also, anybody who becomes aware of this symbol and they use it to express, someone can be very knowledgeable and, be a super manipulator. But remember, manipulation and control comes from being a materialistic person, okay? And so that's why, when we see inverted pentagrams, it's not the inverted pentagram that is evil, okay? No symbol is evil or good. It's just a symbol. But the symbol orientation can tell us the condition of someone who is representing spirituality above the material, or someone who is representing the spirit below the material, where the material is the dominant one. And that's why we have these two horns that are popping up. Okay, the 4 points are all above the spirit. Okay, and that's really the most important part. But, having those two horns up means a part in dualism. That's materialism. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean that someone who's acting in this condition is necessarily ignorant of the spirit raised, because you certainly can be. Okay, but I don't know why you would want to, but some people change and they want to use their powers to do harm or to manipulate in order to get their way. Okay, so I just want to, make mention of that, and also look at it as, you can look at this symbol as spirit has not been birthed yet. Okay, it has not been raised out of the womb yet, out of the material self. Okay, so just think about it like that. Or remember what I said about the 4. Oh, I didn't even mention this earlier, I don't think, is that the 4, D, the capital letter D being the 4th letter of the alphabet, that's also associated with Isis, because Isis is the 4th born of Nut or Nut, and she's the 4th, and she is associated with the lower half of the circle in the spiritual realm. Okay, she is the womb, and therefore she is also the base. Okay, because it's all about the foundation, and Isis is such a huge part of the whole mystery, and I'm going to go really far into that on the next presentation, but I just wanted to make mention of that. So here is the right side up pentagram, and you have the elements, the 4 elements being earth, water, air, and fire, and then spirit at the top. Okay, so this is spirit raised, and this is typically how people understand the 4 elements, and then the quintessence being the spirit. Okay, and this basically would be the top half in correspondence to the circle on the right. The top half of light now would be corresponding to the light of spirit raised in the material. Okay, so we have to understand that we start out in a false light, if you want to call it that, which is dark Luciferianism, and then being raised into light Luciferianism. Okay, and that just means being one who is bearing the light, one who is raised in light, enlightenment. Okay, in light in mind. It's spirit raised. Okay, and I'm telling you, this has, in the dark arts, that's what's going to really help people understand, again, the dark side of self, in order to raise that spirit into the material, to be enlightened, to walk the correct center path. Okay, so there's a lot to that. Now, this is a side-by-side of the 5 elements in different orientations. Okay, so you have the left orientation is the square with the spirit at the center. Okay, and this is animism. Animism is about understanding the animation the spirit animation that is found within all material, okay, throughout the whole universe. That's what animism really is. It's our understanding of the connection between all things. This is about understanding the sacred feminine. And of course, animism goes a lot further than that, but it's, this symbol really describes what animism truly is. And it's central, it's deep within, okay? Right at the center, right at the medium, okay? And then to the right, this is about spirit being raised up high, okay? So that means that it's the triangle on top of the square. So it's the spirit above, the fifth point is above the 4 points, okay? And there's so much to that. And I'm not going to, fully get into it, but it's about understanding that in order to become connected to the creator or higher power is about being connected internally in the heart and also up high above, okay? Because it's about raising the self up. And as we raise ourselves up, just like we do every day from bed to the sun, that is the correspondence of consciousness. So now I just wanted to show you the orientation of the elements with the circle and the top half of light and the bottom half of dark, and then the spirit right at the center, because it's all about finding the center. It's all central, okay? So it's about raising that spirit but keeping it in the center, okay? It's about starting in the earthly physical realm, going down into the waters of the deep depths of the ocean of self, or even the deep ocean of space, by looking into the constellations in order to discover the sciences that have been stored there for us to recover and to basically put into our spiritual development, add to our spiritual development. And then you have air, which is about, once we come out of the womb into air, then that air rises, and fire is the element that needs air to raise that spirit up. And this is going to make a lot of sense once we get into the symbol of the pyramid. Now, I just wanted to come back to this symbol real quick because there's a few things I wanted to talk about with the tracing board. And also, just think about this. Euclid's 47th proposition. It takes 12 months for the sun to travel up 23.5 degrees north to the Tropic of Cancer and down 23.5 degrees south to the Tropic of Capricorn. So just think about those numbers and 47, okay? Now that doesn't mean that that's all that 47 means. There's a lot more to the 47, but I'm just making that correlation. So hopefully you'll do the math and you'll come to realize what I just said. So the tracing board that you see on the left, again, you see the rainbow arc, okay? And this is a very divine, beautiful arc that we can see in nature, and it looks, pretty much like a perfect arc that we get to see after a storm if the sun pops out. And also, what I wanted you to put your attention to is the two hands that are meeting in the middle, being the spirit and material, okay? So you have your southern spirit on the right, and then you have your material on the left in the north, okay? And then you have the flowers, the rose that has rose up in the center as rising up, this is what's creating the Illuminati symbol, or the luminous triangle, okay? And this just means being illuminated, because one has discovered the orientation of the south and north, okay? So these knots that you see on both sides represent the 12 houses, but on one side is the 6 houses below in the south, and then the 6 houses above in the north, okay, with the zodiac. And as one becomes balanced in their orientation and understanding the double horizon, this is where one becomes illuminated, okay? And so this is, you see the floor plan back there, and you see that square with the triangle. That's triangle on top of the square, okay? Because what that represents is the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere being the triangle, okay? But also simultaneously, it's about understanding the east is where you find that light, okay? Because it's about understanding the foundation and then understanding the triangle on top, the spirit on top of the material, okay? That's also what that luminous triangle represents. And so this is the arc of light, okay? Being illuminated of your spirit of spirit, okay? Being illuminated of the material, illuminating the material, okay? And so there is so much that goes into this tracing board. I'm definitely not going to break it down any longer, but just, pay attention to the pillars, in correspondence with the directions. Pay attention to the floor plan. Pay attention to the furniture of the house, which is the book, the biblical text, or just the law, okay, the text that helps us understand nature. Okay, this is basically a playbook, and then you have the compass overlaid with the square. Okay, and typically the what this is put on, what this book and square and compasses is put on typically in other tracing boards is the altar. Okay, and so the altar is basically the center of the house. And so that's very, very important to understand, because that's what we're really trying to get to, is the center of our own house. Okay, so again, I just wanted to make mention of that. There's so much more to explain with that symbol. Now, I'm taking that right angle triangle of the 12 knots, and I'm adding that into the Euclid's 47th proposition, being the 3-4-5 ratio, or what's known as the a squared plus b squared equals c squared, okay? And so as you can see, there are 3 different squares, and each square has different sides. So the small square has 3 times 3 squares, because it's b is squared. Okay, so you have 3 times 3 equals 9. Okay, and 4 times 4 equals 16, and 5 times 5 equals 25. Okay, and so that means that 9 plus 16 equals 25. So that's why A squared plus B squared equals C squared, okay? And, typically you would draw, 9 squares plus 16 squares equals 25 squares within each square, okay? So, but the point that I'm trying to make here is how this corresponds to the Great Pyramids of Giza, okay? And as you can see, there's a small pyramid, then there's a bigger pyramid in the middle, and then the biggest pyramid, which is the Great Pyramid, on top in the north, okay? And this is the correct orientation as far as I know. And then I overlaid the ancient Egyptian hero cults that come from these, that are stored within the symbols or within these temples, okay, being the Great Pyramids. So you have your lunar at the bottom, which is the smaller pyramid. You have your stellar in the middle, which is your bigger pyramid, your bigger pyramid than the lunar. And then you have your solar, which is the Great Pyramid. Okay, so they all correspond. Now, what I want you to understand is that this is all related to the triune brain. Okay, and I'm going to go a lot further into this as we, move forward into further presentations. But I'm trying to prep everyone to see that there is this really beautiful direct correlation, and it goes so much further than this. And again, I'm going to get into that too, but try not to get ahead of myself. But the triune brain is the 3-in-1 brain. So you have your R complex at the bottom, and you have your limbic system in the middle. And this is the sacred feminine aspect of the brain. And then you have your neocortex. And the neocortex is the two hemispheres that basically are the newer part of the human brain. And the older part of the human brain is the R complex, the crocodile or reptile brain. Okay. And so the 4 is associated with material. Okay. So this is associated with stellar. Okay. This is the oldest of the ancient Egyptian hero cults. And so this is associated with the R complex. And then you have your limbic system, okay, which is corresponding. And I know this is very advanced, but just, try to pay attention to the correspondences, and you can really start to see some beautiful, beautiful correlations with yourself and nature and geometry, because the limbic system is basically it's the mother, it's the glue, it's the spirit in between, okay? And this is dealing with the lunar. The lunar comes between the stellar and the solar, okay? Not in the order that you see on the left with the pyramids, but in order in the phases, okay? So that's why A is associated with stellar and B is associated with lunar, okay? And there is a beautiful mythology that goes with this as well. So look at the R complex and the limbic system as, when they are in unison, when they're actually working together. This is what generates the neocortex, the newer part of the brain, where the hemispheres are firing with each other in unison, okay? And this is where the higher thinking comes into play, okay? This is where one is aligned in their thoughts, their emotions, and their actions, okay? And also, just as a side note, the triune brain has been widely attacked by so many people who, disagree with this science. And it's absolutely ridiculous, because when you really start to see how intelligent these ancient builders really were, people who are disregarding the triune brain they are absolute midgets in kindergarten compared to these people of the ancient past. Okay? These people are master builders. They understand what they're really dealing with. And thankfully, the triune brain science has gotten out to us so we can relate it, so we can start to see just how beautiful this science really is. And you can actually see for yourself just how much it corresponds. So what I'm trying to say, though, is that the neocortex being associated with the solar, remember the solar comes third in the mythos. So that means it's birthed from the stellar and the lunar. Okay, and I'm going to get further into that. So just keep in mind that the right angle is found. Okay, so when the right angle of the 3, 4, 5 is found, when a squared plus b squared is found, then the c squared is discovered, the 5. Okay, the 5 is corresponding in this case to the neocortex, which is the spirit is raised in the self, where the R complex and limbic system are working in unison. Okay? So I know that's a lot to take in, but I hope you're making the correspondence in your mind. Okay? Now, the right angle is found, and therefore it doesn't need to be a 3, 4, 5. But what you're trying to do is find the center. That's why if the R complex and the limbic system are working in unison, the thoughts and emotions are working in unison, then now you have two squares that are in correspond or unison with each other. They're in equilibrium. Okay, so this is what helps us find the point in the middle. Okay, this is the triangle on top of the square, but what happens is when they're in unison, when the right angle is found in the center, what happens is we discover that when the lines go all the way through, it creates the X. So again, this is where spirit is discovered. Okay, right in the center. Okay, this is all about animism. This is geometry that discovers animism. Okay, and so it's a very beautiful thing, because finding the X is about finding the alpha and the omega. It's about understanding the beginning and the end. It's about finding the spirit, which is really the material. It's within the material. It's animating the material. Okay? So it's a very big deal to become conscious of this. So in other words, the understanding and application of natural law helps discover spirit, because natural law is associated with finding the square. Finding the square means finding out what is the objective difference between right and wrong. Okay? So it's a very, very big deal. Now, we're going to shift gears a little bit, and we're going to go into alchemy. And I think alchemy is so, so vital to understanding this circle, with the top half being light and the bottom half being dark, because we have to understand that alchemy means out of darkness and into light. And it's so, so important to understand this in this orientation, because this is something that can actually throw someone off who is not understanding the physical light, the perspective of physical light. Someone who believes that light is only a physical thing, okay? And that is very important to understand when entering into alchemy, because alchemy, remember, gold is dealing with, spirit. And so if it's in light, then what that means is it's not really telling us, it's telling us base metals or base ignorance or base consciousness and ignorance are in the dark. And yes, that's half the story, but it's the darkness of the material self, the self that is in the, in the physical mindset, the material dominated mindset. Okay. So let's get to know this alchemy a little better. So alchemy, and I'm sure anybody listening to this already understands alchemy, but I really want to make a point with this, because alchemy means from chem. Okay. And the Egyptian word chem means black, or black land, or black earth, or black soil, or fertile soil, or darkness. So it means from darkness, or out of darkness. Basically, it means transformation, just like you see with the caterpillar, which is turning into a butterfly. And that's really all you see. Okay, you don't really see the caterpillar going down into some underworld mentally or spiritually in order to become a raised butterfly. So alchemy is it can be kind of disorienting. Okay, but that doesn't, alchemy really is for the mind of someone who's already spiritual. So that's why a lot of people who are spiritual take to alchemy so quick, because they get it. But a lot of people who are in physical light mentality or blinded by the physical light, they don't, they look at alchemy and they have no conception of alchemy, because it's still at a very low level. Okay, they're still in darkness up in the material, physical light aspect. Okay, so alchemy is about transmuting base metals into gold. Okay, and it's about transmuting base consciousness into enlightenment, or ignorance into care and being raised. Okay, into gold, into light. So, dark to light. So that's why this symbol is very easy to understand with alchemy. Okay, but we have to understand that the dark side is the sacred feminine, and there's the beautiful knowledge that is associated with darkness, that is basically, in this, base level explanation of alchemy. You can't really get to understanding alchemy just at this base level, in its deepest roots. Okay, so I just want to make that point, because it kind of negates, in this simple form, even with out of darkness into light, that kind of negates the Holy Trinity in a certain aspect. Okay, but I did put the cone at the top by alchemy, which is low and down and high and up, okay, as the point. And so I'm going to, really get into this cone as we go through. But alchemy is an occult tradition learned through allegorical stories, poems, and pictures. So there's so much to alchemy. And one image that really stood out to me is Plato's cave allegory, because, and I manipulated this photo just to prove the point, because, well, I mean, even in the photo, it is half light and half dark. So you're going from dark to light. And basically, in this allegory, it's, yes, you are already in the underworld. And that's what I think is very telling about Neoplatonism, because I think this is the position that is kind of taken, which is starting out in the dark and then going to light. And I'm not saying all Platonism is like this. I'm just saying that this is very telling with this allegory, because starting out in the dark, even this image really is not giving us that descent into the underworld per se. It's just starting out in the underworld and then working your way out of the dark, realizing that you're being fooled by the media that you see that's got the images with the fire that are making the shadows on the wall, and then, realizing that that's a bunch of baloney, and then you have to essentially crawl your way out of the hole into light. Okay. And yes, that's alchemical, but we have to understand that the underworld is where we descend into. Okay. And that makes it so much more valuable, because we live in a world of materialism as the dominance of the mind. Okay, so hopefully that's making sense, but I just really wanted to, clear that up. And then we have the key to alchemy. And this is a quote from Manly P. Hall, who states that the priests of Egypt not only used the scarab, which became the crab, as a symbol of regeneration, but also discovered in its habits many analogies to the secret processes whereby base metals could be transmuted into gold. They saw in the egg of the scarab the seed of metals, and the above figure, which is the figure on the left in the middle, shows the path of this seed through the various planetary bodies until finally reaching the center. It is perfected and then returns again to its source. The words in the small spiral at the top read, "The spiral progress of the mundane spirit." So this is basically someone who's in a materialistic mind, or a mind that only sees the world through a physical lens. So after the scarab has wound its way around the spiral to the center of the lower part of the figure, it returns to the upper world along the path, bearing the words, "Return of the spirit to the center of unity," which is really just returning the spirit into the material body. Okay? So it's out of darkness and into light by going on this path, this spiral path, this spiritual development path, down, descending into the center, and then finding your care at the center and bringing that back up to the top part, the top center. Okay. And this is so, the number 8 is so powerful, because for one, I mean, even in this symbol, the bottom half being bigger is also about the sacred feminine, and the top half is the sacred masculine aspect. Okay. So what this is about is understanding that the 8 is the symbol of the infinite. Okay. And when we really look at numbers, 0 through 9, okay? We understand that there are odd numbers and even numbers, and 7 is the last. It's not the last even number, because what happens after 7 is, because 7 is man's connection of the 6 to the 8, right? And the 8 is the infinite, which means that it is also the 1. Okay, so 8 really is the 1. So it's not just an even number, it's an odd number. It's both odd and even as one number, because it's about coming back to the 1. It's about getting back to the 1. But it's also about, getting to the 9 as a completion. Okay? And so there's so much to the number 8, and also it does correspond with this scarab holding the light, or the sun. Okay, and also this scarab symbol is a very beautiful piece of art done by Samuel Farrand. And if anybody is not familiar with Samuel Farrand's work, I mean, as you can see, it is so beautiful. I mean, his work is amazing, and he has so much work out. I don't even know how he does it. I'm in awe of his work, and he definitely has a very amazing eye for esoteric art like that, or esoteric symbolism. So now another image that I wanted to show with alchemy is this tower with the spiral going around, and you can see all the symbols of the planets. And there are 7 rings around this cone shape. Okay, and it's definitely related to what you see on the left with the cone and the spiral. So again, this is out of darkness and into light. And it's definitely related to the seed of life with the 7 circles, okay, and the 7 points within those circles. Now we're going to go further into cone symbolism, and we're actually going to talk about the sacred cone and get into some really beautiful correspondences to this symbol. And this is something that I've covered in previous presentations, but it's also referred to as the spire ritual symbol, or the spiritual symbol. And on the left, this is the bird's eye view of the sacred cone, or spire ritual, which is made of the circled dot symbol overlaid with the spiral symbol. And the spiral symbol is what connects the circle to the dot. And so this is about understanding that the spiral is a spiritual development symbol to get to the point, to get to the truth, to get to clarity, to get to freedom, to get to spirit. So you don't just beamline to the spirit or understanding the spirit. You don't just beamline to the truth. You don't just automatically get to the truth. You have to work for it in a spiral, okay? And that spiral just means the unfoldment of the self, okay? And the cone with the spiral is a 3-dimensional view of this same symbol, okay? And the cone, what it shows is the dot in the middle of the circle becomes raised to the most high, the highest point, okay? So this is the true north. And so this is a whole pole. You have your North Pole and your South Pole, okay? And the spiral going up the cone is about sharpening the self to a point. It's about becoming conscious of the source. It's about reconnecting to nature. It's about reconnecting to the Creator. And these ancient symbols retain the sacred information necessary to trace the Holy Trinity. So I'm going to really get into this. And again, I'm not going to be able to cover every single aspect of it, but I'm going to cover enough to hopefully where it starts to really sink in just how powerful this symbol really is. Okay? And I think it's really important to talk about Carl Jung's work for a second, because when you study his model of consciousness being the conscious mind, the personal unconscious, and the collective unconscious, I've overlaid these on these symbols that I've been sharing with you just to give you an idea of how those how this model can actually look. And the conscious mind is dealing with the ego or the thoughts, okay, or the R complex of the self. And this is basically just, when you're talking about the ego is very important to understand as something that it's a part of the self that will protect the self. It's the part of the self that keeps you going every single day of your life. It's the part of the self, it's the survival mechanism. And therefore, it's about being aware of your surroundings. It's about being aware of the things around you to protect yourself. And so everyone has a conscious mind, but they don't, not everybody is aware of, what's really going on in, psychologically. And that's because they have not gone down and, descended into their personal unconscious and their collective or the collective unconscious. And the personal unconscious is where we can sink into or we can descend into as the place of individuality. This is the place of experiences that we've had that have been basically suppressed or forgotten. Okay, memories have been forgotten, but they're held in this little space of the mind, being the personal unconscious. And then if you go further than the personal unconscious, which means you're going from the individual self to the collective unconscious, this is where we start to find the archetypes, the universal archetypes and the universal sacred symbols that we all can tap into, because this is dealing with the spirit realm. This is where we can become aware of the spirit. This is the underworld. This is the, going into the dark shadow aspects of the self, going deep within, deep down within, okay? And so Carl Jung states that the collective unconscious contains the whole spiritual heritage of mankind's evolution, born anew in the brain structure of every individual. So everyone has the ability to, anybody who has their, cognition working, somewhat properly or really well, can tap into the collective unconscious and discover spirit through symbolism and through archetypes, and the list goes on. But this is a very, very important study, because as you can see, his model fits in, near perfect with what I'm trying to say. So becoming aware of the collective unconscious See, because the conscious mind can become aware of the collective or what's in the collective unconscious, because it's about making the unconscious conscious, right? So it's about self-discovery in order to make the collective unconscious, or what you find in the collective unconscious, to become conscious through the personal unconscious. And I know that can sound a little disorienting, but it's about understanding that the conscious mind is where most people are dwelling in materialism, because they have not descended down into the personal unconscious, and then further than that into the collective unconscious. Okay, so it's about going down and doing the shadow work. So hopefully that makes sense. His work is so valuable to everything else. Hopefully, as I go through more of this information, that will sink in. Now, we're going to talk about the Holy Trinity, and we're going to use the sacred cone symbol, or the spire ritual symbol. And before I get into that, though, I'd like to share with you guys something personal that I think is very simple, that pretty much each and every one of us can relate to, which is that we all are part of a familial trinity. We all have a mother and a father, right? And our father is the obvious input of a gift, and the mother is the receiver of that gift, and also the processor of that gift. And then the output would be you, which is your life. Your life is the gift. And I think this is a very easy, simple way to understand the Holy Trinity in a physical, exoteric type of way. And this can really help with explaining to people that have a hard time understanding the Holy Trinity, the esoteric science of the Holy Trinity. So the spiritual science of the Holy Trinity starts with the Father, the Creator, and then the Mother being the Holy Spirit, and then the divine child. But the Father comes first, which is the gifter of life, and that's what this whole cone represents. So the Father is the gifter, and the Mother is the receiver of that gift, which is the whole Spirit, the Holy Spirit, right? And then at the center of the Holy Spirit is a potential, and that potential is the will of the individual. It is the seed that is waiting to be sprouted, waiting to be grown, waiting to be activated. And so the child is the son, which is a male principle, because it's about the will taking action. The will is taking action to raise the spirit. Once the spirit has been discovered, to raise that spirit back up to the Father, which is raising the spirit into the material self. It's about joining, it's about unifying the spirit with the material and realizing that they really are one and the same, but it's about becoming conscious of that. And that's the beauty of raising up from a child to an adult, truly, spiritually. And that spiral is the unfoldment symbol. That spiral is the development symbol to go all the way up. And that pole represents the direct connection to the Creator. And so it's about understanding that we have to understand the two in order to understand the one, but we also have to understand the three to understand the two, to understand the one. And that's the beauty of the Holy Trinity, because once you realize that the third aspect really is the second, then once you realize that, then you realize the two really is the one. but it's about becoming conscious of how it all fits together, how it all works. It's a self-reflection mechanism within us so we can get to know ourselves, so the Creator can get to know itself. And so, I mean, that's one way to look at it. But also, this is related to the triune brain. And the triune brain model is what I shared earlier with the 3-4-5 ratio, and also with the 3 pyramids of Giza, or also the ancient Egyptian mythos, being the hero cults, the solar, lunar, and stellar. Okay, and so this is all related to the 3-in-1 brain. And this model is so valuable to understanding the Holy Trinity, or the trivium process. So the Father Creator aspect is the R complex, the gifter of life. And so the R complex is that which pushes us every day of our life. This is what, and I talked about this earlier, it's about pushing us to have experience in life. It is the gift of having an experience. It's the gift of survival, to, always try to survive the best that we can. But this is a mechanism to keep us living regardless of whether we become conscious or not, truly conscious. And so this, obviously, we can become conscious of, our surroundings and our experiences and things like this, but I'm talking about becoming conscious of the collective unconscious, okay, or the personal unconscious, which is dealing with the model by Carl Jung. So the limbic system is dealing with emotions, and this is about understanding the Holy Spirit, or the Mother, the sacred feminine. And this is what holds it all together, okay? Just like the Holy Spirit, the Spirit in all things is the substance that is between all things. It is what animates all things. It's what really holds everything together, truly. And the neocortex is what is activated in a higher frequency, when it's not dominated by the R complex, when it's not dominated by just the emotions. When the neocortex is developed, where both hemispheres are firing at the same time, this is what develops equilibrium, and therefore higher order thinking. This is what develops higher reasoning. This is what develops logic. Okay, so this is what brings us higher to, this is what raises the spirit up to the material body. And so this is very, very powerful. And also just keep in mind that at the center of the brain is the pine cone, or the pineal gland, okay? But the pine cone, as you can see, has the same generalized shape as the cone, the sacred cone symbol. And so this pine cone actually looks like the third eye, or the pineal gland. That's why it's called the pineal, right? So this symbol of the cone, the sacred cone, really is the symbol of the Holy Trinity, which is found within. It's found within us. And it is there to help us remember who we really are and what we're really here to do. And, it's about helping us see the correspondences in all things. So, that being said, now another correspondence, another beautiful correspondence with this sacred cone is the visible universe. And this is something that I've talked about quite a few times, which is that the northern half of Earth up to the star known as Polaris, connected to the Little Bear, is the northernmost point in the night sky in the visible universe, because it is the stars that never set below the horizon in the northern half of the Earth. And so you see at the bottom the solar system, and we have to understand the world below us is the sacred feminine. There aren't any fixed stars that we can really point to in the south. But the point is about understanding the North Star, because this is corresponding to the Father principle, the Creator principle. So this is symbolic. This is one of the most beautiful symbolic ways that we can store this type of knowledge in the solar system and really the whole visible universe. And so the sun is at the center, just like I showed with the Holy Trinity. That is the divine child at the center, okay? The sun, right? And so when you look at the egg, and I've already explained this visible universe a lot further in previous presentations, but the egg symbol is very valuable to this, because this is a correspondence that we can see in nature. But eggs are very interesting, because when you cut, or when you see an egg cut open, the yolk looks like a sun, okay? And I'm going to explain this a little further now. This is related to the cosmic egg of reality, okay? And this is related to the Holy Trinity. And just keep in mind that there are eggs that are a lot pointier than this, okay, on the top. And that's very important to pay very close attention to. So the egg, when you break down all the different aspects of the egg, you can look at it like this. Look at the spiral that's holding the yolk in place. And also pay attention to the placement of the yolk. It's typically, the yolk is typically closer to the bottom. And there's a reason for that. So this spiral that is holding this, it's basically a protection mechanism for the yolk to make sure it, if the egg is bouncing around, the yolk can kind of have almost like a bungee cord inside to, keep it in the center, right? So it's a kind of a protection mechanism. And so is the white yolk surrounding that. So the spiral is the chalaza part of the egg, okay? And this also has the DNA strand within it. And then the Father, the God the Father, is, when you look at it with the Holy Trinity, God the Father is the pointier part of the shell, okay? And that's also in correspondence with the fact that when the egg comes out of the bird, like a chicken, the pointier part is the last part to touch, okay? And the reason is because, and that's important too, because that means the pointier part is facing up. And the lower part is God the Mother, okay? Or the Holy Spirit, if you want to call it that. This is everything that surrounds the yolk. This is the white yolk. This is the wider part of the shell. And there's the air chamber, okay? The cushion. The cushion is there, so when the egg drops out of the bird, if it hits the ground, the cushion will keep the egg from cracking, right? And it also helps keep the yolk in the center. And then, of course, you have God the child being the sun the divine sun, which is the embryonic disk yoke. And, it's called the disk, like the sun, right? So, and it's yellow like the sun. So this is where we get this idea of the cosmic egg. It's because it has the Holy Trinity built within it. So it's a very, very beautiful correspondence. Now, we also have the water drop. And the water drop is a very powerful correspondence because it is the symbol of the giver of life from the upper, right? So a water drop is coming from the sky, and that's always been related to heaven or the heavens, right? Up, right? And so as the water is falling, this means there is a receiver of this water, and the water is considered a gift from the heavens. So the gift then enters, whatever it's going to enter, whether that be the earth, whether that be, the plants, or, different sentient beings. The water drop is a gift from the clouds. If you want to literalize it, you could say it's from the clouds. But the point is, it's from up. And it's no coincidence that the shape, the form, is basically the same as the cone, okay? Just in a more rounded way, all right? And also, just think about this. The water always has a potential to rise. So that means it always has the potential to, if it gets really hot, to steam up back into the clouds. So it's a cycle of life. And then you have the bindu symbol, and this is from the Hindu tradition. And this is the bindu symbol actually means small drop. Okay, and the bindu is the point. Okay, the bindu is the point. And so, like the water, the point of the water drop really is the top part is the point. That is the bindu. The top part of the cone, the point, is the bindu. And this represents the origin of creation and the divine essence from which the whole universe emanates. So this is, the divine, spark of creation. And Hindus call the midpoint in a circle the bindu, the spark of the masculine within the feminine, within the sacred feminine. Okay, so the sacred feminine also is part of understanding the barge or the moon crescent. Okay, that which is the womb that is holding this creation, this gift. Okay, and the bindu drop can also signify the distilled essence of consciousness, representing a singular point of awareness that contains the entirety of existence. So it's a very powerful, powerful symbol. And then you have the above this, the Sri Yantra or the Sri Chakra, okay? And this is, it looks like a tree, okay? But you have the sacred feminine as the base, and then it goes all the way up to the bindu point, being the pointier top part, okay, where it goes to a point. And the Sri Yantra is symbolic of spiritual development, okay? Starting from the base, starting from, like I've stated with the circled dot, the circle represents the sacred feminine and darkness, and moving from the darkness to the point in the center, which is the masculine, okay? And so it's the same exact science, all right? Now we're going to look at more interesting correspondences to this cone. And I know I just shared the visible universe, but I wanted to share it again just to show what it looks like next to the teepee, the home of indigenous peoples of America, or the American Indians. And these people were very much connected to their ancestors. And you can know this because the teepee, the cone, the conical shape of their home, just remember the home can relate to our own temple within. And this conical home that they have is absolutely coming from a very deep primordial connection that they have to their stellar, lunar, and solar ancestors. So they weren't just stellar people. They weren't just solar people. They were all three in one. And really what that means is they are stellar, because stellar people definitely understood the lunar science and the solar science. But this conical home has a very beautiful correspondence to the visible universe. And as you can see, the visible universe has the fire in the center, and then the northernmost point being Polaris, or the circumpolar constellation, the northern circumpolar constellation being the little bear, okay? And so these people were very, very spiritual, very spiritual. And when you look at the gnome, the genome, think about genome. Genome is part of understanding DNA, right? But the gnome is, in this shape that looks like Santa Claus. And there's a reason for that too. Okay, I'm going to get into that. But the gnome is, look at the nose. The nose looks like the sun. Okay, and that means the sense, to have the sense. And then you have the whole beard of the gnome, and this beard represents wisdom, okay? Because that's part of understanding the spiral, the wisdom, okay, that wraps around that point, being the sun, to have that sense, to grow that sense. But then having that conical hat is about that connection to the creator, okay? To the Father, the Father creator, right? But the gnome, when you really study the gnome is a guardian. That's another reason for the G. The gnome is a guardian. But where is the gnome? What's the location of the gnome? The gnome is in the garden, and the gnome is in the internal garden. So the G is for garden. So this means that the gnome is the guardian of our internal garden, okay, symbolically, okay? But some people have seen gnomes by doing, some type of entheogen. And I do believe what a lot of people have said, because, if you're at the right frequency while you're doing a substance, you can definitely tap in and see some things that you typically can't. And that being said, think about, so many people have gardens and they have gnomes in their garden, okay, in the physical garden, okay? But that's what that is. That's what a gnome actually is, okay? And another correspondence, and this is something I've also shared quite a few times, is the Maypole dance, which is a fertility dance on May Day every year as a ritual for the spring time of the year, okay, where food is being planted, and this is about when to plant. And you also have, typically it's females in the circle doing the spiral dance around the pole, which is masculine. Okay. So it's a fertility dance to basically, give energy to grow the crops. And it's a very, very ancient pagan ritual. And this is also corresponding to the Christmas tree because of the spiral. It's about bringing a gift, right? So Santa Claus, the father from the north, comes all the way down, spiraling all the way down to the bottom, to the sacred mother, the very bottom below the tree, to impregnate, to gift the mother with a gift to be opened and to be grown. And that gift is light. Okay? That's what it's supposed to represent. Obviously, it's been romanticized. It's been made into a ritual that a lot of people do, but nevertheless, it is a very beautiful ritual because it holds the stellar, the lunar, and the solar all in one symbol. Okay, and obviously, this is the Christmas tree is tied in with the solar cult. But it does stand for the 25th, where the sun is conceived. Okay, because Santa Claus conceives a gift underneath the tree. The sacred feminine is that which is the base that is holding the gift. Okay, and so it's very powerful. It's very beautiful. It's such an amazing correspondence. And, the more that we really, study this type of information and use common sense and really, just look at it back and forth, we can really start to see just how powerful the revelation can be. And also, we have the yoga lotus position. And this is a very powerful position to understand because the lotus is about a flower that actually comes up out of mud, and when it is hit by the sun, it unfolds. And so the lotus is about coming out of the mire, the muck of ignorance, and becoming enlightened. And that's why when you do yoga, when you do a meditation in the lotus position, this can be very empowering. It can be, it can really open you up and make a lot of connections. And unfortunately, a lot of people in the New Age movement have made this not look so sexy. And so a lot of people avoid it and they don't want anything to do with it. But the lotus pose is very, very important to really learn how to do your breathing and learn how to connect and calm the mind. And so, again, the lotus flower opening up is a very, very powerful representation of the development of the self opening up to the sun or to the north. Okay, so that's why you see the directions north and east, because it's about you're either going north, your true north, or you're going east, which is, going to the light, the sunlight. Right? And then, of course, south and west would be, the grounding, okay, below. And so it's very, very powerful to recognize the lotus pose. And again, I didn't get to, I want to go back to that. I'm going to go back to the lotus pose. Now, this image was drawn by Samuel Ferran. And Samuel Ferrand is the one who did the scarab beetle that we saw earlier. His work is just so phenomenal, and I highly recommend anybody look into his work. Now, the pyramid of Khafre is absolutely this is the middle pyramid between the smaller pyramid and the Great Pyramid of Giza. And it's so important to understand the generalized shape of the pyramid. But what I want to show you on the right is you see the base has an X going through it. Okay, and remember, the point where the X comes together in the middle, that is akin to spirit. Okay, so as you can see, the pyramid, relate that to the cone, spiral, three-dimensional circled dot symbol, the sacred cone. Okay, it's the same science. Okay, it's a similar science, really, but it's really the same, because what we're doing with the pyramid is we're coming to learn the same thing that the sacred cone holds. We're coming to learn it through different methods, okay? But it's all basically saying the same thing, because the sacred mother is at the bottom, and the sacred father, the creator aspect, is at the top, the point, okay? And then at the center is that fire in the middle, which is the child, the potential. Fire is what makes us rise. It's what makes the spirit rise, okay? That element of fire makes that spirit rise, okay? To arise. Air and fire is arise, to arise. And that's the Aries, right? So now we're going to talk about the ancient Egyptian hero cults. And I talked about this briefly with the 3-4-5 ratio in correspondence to the triune brain, in correspondence to the Great Pyramids of Giza, the 3 pyramids of Giza. And I'm not going to go too far into this, but this is a very, very important part of this whole presentation. And we've talked about the hero cults, the ancient Egyptian hero cults, in the cubbyhole, as well as I've talked about it in the other 2 Earth Brain presentations. But it is so important to keep on hammering on these hero cults. And when I say ancient Egyptian hero cults, I'm talking about nature cults. I'm talking about cultures that cultivated science within their mythologies and eschatologies, okay? So the ancient Egyptian hero cults are totemic systems of mythological and eschatological veneration. Each of the 3 phases, being the stellar, the lunar, and the solar, preserves the chronological evolution of the human race. So this is our anthropology. This is our direct observation of sciences that can help us understand our origins of, especially in the beginnings of the totemic culture. Okay, so this is very, very ancient science, and this has nothing to do with Darwinian evolution either. This has to do with the human story. Okay, so the first phase of the 3 phases is the stellar phase. So this is dealing with the stars. It's dealing with the Little Dipper, or the Little Bear in particular, the northern circumpolar constellation being the Little Bear, Ursa Minor, okay, which is connected to the North Pole star, Polaris, Okay, so this phase lasted from around 150,000 years ago to 300,000 years ago. Okay, and probably beyond that. This is the first totemic hero cult. And I truly believe that the stellar people are the original Giza pyramid builders. And the reason is because when you really study the stellar phase, when you study the science behind it, you realize that they would have had to have cared enough to preserve the knowledge that they did into this constellation. Therefore, they would have cared enough to make sure that we would never go into a material phase, a materialistic, a mind that only sees the world through a physical lens, because they understood the dangers of this. And they understood the solar and lunar science. Okay, stellar people understood these sciences. They understood the dangers of these phases becoming too big. Okay, because the stellar is representing the most high. Okay, the highest point in the night sky, the constellation that never set below the horizon in the northern hemisphere of Earth. Okay, because remember, this is dealing with masculine, but it's venerating in the north, north night sky. Okay, so that's about spirit raised in the material. That's why it's so powerful. Okay, so I believe that they're the pyramid builders because they cared enough to do this. They cared enough, and therefore they cared enough to build the pyramids over probably thousands of years. Okay, and it's so important to understand that the pyramid builders building the pyramids where they did, in the location they did, which is north of the equator, they did this so we would understand in the future that the north face of the pyramids being dark represents going too far in the north will, mentally and spiritually, this will disorient us if we go too far in the north, venerating in the north, in the northern hemisphere, in the day sky. Okay, because that's why the northern pyramid is solar. Okay, that is the solar pyramid. The Great Pyramid is the solar pyramid. The highest pyramid, when you're looking at the earth with the equator and the north is up, the most northern pyramid is the Great Pyramid. It's solar. This is the solar pyramid. And so if we're venerating in the sun, in the day sky, okay, remember, the sun is associated with the masculine. The day sky is associated with the masculine. The northern hemisphere is associated with the masculine. And also venerating east to west and west to east means that we can be disoriented. And so, because it's about losing track of that, the true north. It's about losing track of the night sky. And so this is a total masculine imbalance that we've got ourselves into. And this is what they were warning against. So we have forgotten about the night sky, which is associated with the spirit realm. And so we've forgotten about the lower half of the earth, because we're so bunched up in the northern hemisphere. So it makes sense, but the point is there was a warning against this. And so we have become a solar venerating species without understanding any of this science. It doesn't mean, this has nothing to do with the northern hemisphere is evil. It has nothing to do with the day sky being evil or the sun being evil. It has nothing to do with that at all. It has to do with understanding that, as above, so below. And so as we are venerating above whatever that is, then we are directly reflecting that into ourselves, okay? And so the stellar people warned that if we went too far north, venerating in the day sky, things would get pretty materialistic, okay? Pretty dark, pretty, ignorance would happen in the northern hemisphere or on the whole earth as a result of venerating in the northern hemisphere in the day sky, okay? So it is such a huge deal, okay? It cannot be ignored. It cannot be neglected. So what happened, though, over time, because remember, the stellar people are, they cared enough to record time because of the ecliptic of the wobble, the obliquity of the Earth's wobble would go through, over 26,000 years would go through one cycle, okay? And this is part of understanding the ark symbol, okay? The ark ship with all the animals and also the zodiac. So, understanding that these stellar people cared enough to record the time from each ice age, which is roughly between, 26,000 years to, the end of that cycle. Okay, so every 26,000 years, there's an ice age, and I believe we're basically between the last ice age and then our coming ice age, which is probably going to happen in the next 12,000 years or so. And so, that being said, it's important to understand these people cared that much that they built these pyramids to keep us from venerating in the day sky with the sun, okay, in the northern hemisphere. And so, but they also knew that these pyramids could be destroyed. They knew this. And therefore, that's why they venerated in the Most High, being, symbolically the Most High being the little bear constellation, the 7 stars, okay? So that's why the stellar pyramid, the middle pyramid of the 3 pyramids of Giza, is associated with the 7. It's associated with the little bear. It's associated with Ursa Minor, or the Little Dipper, okay? The stars, the constellation that never set below the horizon. So that's why it was, considered the Most High, because it never set. That means it's the all-seeing eye. Okay, that's what it represents, and I'm going to get further into that as we go. But it's important to understand that the stellar people then were, as time went on, from around 150,000 years ago to 100,000 years ago, the stellar priest class preserved the stellar science in the elemental Tot, the god Tot, in the moon, okay? So basically they brought all their science over into the lunar. So the lunar phases preserved all the stellar science for a long period of time. And then, of course, from that point, we started to lose our way, and then we started to transition from the lunar phase to the solar phase, which was from around 100,000 years ago to now, the current era. The official eschatology begins in the solar phase, and then it becomes corrupt between 40,000 years ago to now. Okay, so that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a corruption of the eschatology, which is the study of final things, which is a huge deal, okay? Because this is what people literalize, because they've become materialized in the mind. Because again, they have basically done exactly what they were warned to not, do from these pyramids. But the pyramids, all that information has gotten lost over time. It's been neglected. It's been ignored. And so now that it's surfacing, it's a sign for us to reunite with these sciences to orient ourselves correctly. Okay? So now, with the cone symbol, the sacred cone, we can understand these phases a lot more simplified. So again, the little bear, the northern circumpolar constellation being the little bear connected to Polaris, this is considered the most high. And I'm not going to even really go deeply into the mythology, but it's important to understand that Horus, the god Horus, in the stellar phase, was the symbol of Horus was the original circled dot symbol, okay, which represented the most high, okay? And so, that's what we're aiming for. It's the highest target, okay? To aim for the truth, to aim for freedom, to aim for growth, to aim for the spirit. That's what this represents. So that's why Horus originally was the circled dot, which was actually mounted as, Polaris on this cone shape, or on a triangle, on the top of a triangle. But the science, the light this is what a lot of people don't understand, is in the lunar cult, the lunar phase, the light of the moon, of the crescent, is actually the light of the stellar, the knowledge that was passed into the lunar. Okay? And the circle that you see below the crescent, this represents the sacred feminine. This represents the moon, even, because this is like the new moon, okay? Which is a receiver of light, because the stars produce their own light. That's why it's masculine. The moon does not produce its own light. It's mystical. It's magical. It is that which receives light. And then the lunar is, you could look at it as the stellar is penetrating the lunar. The lunar is the receiver, the mother that receives the light. Okay, and this is so important to understand and see it this way, because it is the Holy Trinity in a way that I haven't heard anybody explain, but I'm telling you, it is absolutely the truth, because you can see it in the mythology, you can see it in the eschatology, and you can see that when the stellar science, the knowledge is stored within the moon, the lunar phase, this is where there becomes what's called a lunisolar, and the lunisolar phase. Okay, and I'm quoting lunisolar. I learned from Albert Churchward, and a lot of this science I've learned from Albert Churchward. But the moon, then from the light, you got to look at it like the light of the stellar is the penetrative gift, the gift from the Most High into the lunar. And then the lunar becomes impregnated with light. I mean, most people know that the light of the moon is actually the sun. Okay, that's obvious. But when we're trying to understand how the sciences get passed down through the phases, the moon is the sacred feminine that holds that light. Okay, and then that light is passed down to the son, the child. And this becomes the eye of Ra, because it means that when the moon is impregnated with the sun, that is the spirit that is within the sun. The sun is spirit. It is the soul. And so when the sun is raised to the Most High, it becomes the eye of Ra. But see, we have venerated the eye of Ra as the Most High, forgetting that it comes originally from Horus in the stellar. Okay? And that's where more of the confusion and disorientation and, this is the neglect. This is basically it's saying the same thing, but it's using the solar instead of the stellar. So we have to understand the corruption, okay? And I'm not going to fully get into that here, but I'm just trying to help you see the beautiful correlation between the stellar phase, the lunar phase, and the solar. Now, this is really, really important to understand, because the foundation being the moon, okay, the crescent moon has always been looked at as the cradle or the barge, okay? And so we have to understand foundations. Foundations are the sacred feminine, okay? And so, because remember, I talked about the Father, the Mother being the Holy Spirit that is receiving the gift, right? So we have to look at it this way. The moon receives the gift of light. And, that is what reflects back to the north. That's why the moon is a reflecting, sphere or cosmic sphere, okay? It is there to teach us our connection. These are, the real extraterrestrials, the ones that we should be paying attention to the most are the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the planets, okay? Those are the real extraterrestrials, but we call them cosmic bodies. And, people really need to understand that, because they are our real teachers. They are that which is above reflected into that which is below, okay? So this, as you can see, it looks like the bindu, okay? The sun, because the sun we have to look at as light, the spirit. And then the moon is the womb. Okay, so you have the masculine and the feminine. But we have to understand the sun is also the child of the pole to the North Pole, the star Polaris and the constellation of the Little Bear. Okay, so I know it can be disorienting, but I'm going to continue to really expand on this, okay? And I'm not saying I have it all figured out. I'm just saying, this is how it has to be looked at. And again, fire in the middle, the pyramid, the fire in the middle to raise that spirit back to the Father, back to, the connection of the material body, okay? Because realizing they're one and the same, okay? Now, here's something really fascinating that if you've ever wondered about the headdress or the crown of the ancient Egyptians, the gods or goddesses, that are carved on the wall, these headdresses are actually called hedjets. There's other names for it too, but if you've ever wondered where they got their idea for them, you can actually see it if you look at this image and you see the sun laying in the crescent moon. And this just represents that the sacred womb, the sacred feminine womb, is holding the light. It's holding the sun, okay? And this sacred crescent light, sacred womb, is also the barge or the bark or the ship, like an ark that is, holding the light. Okay, so this goes back to the ark ship that I was talking about earlier. Okay, so it's so much more ancient than what we're taught, but we have to understand that they made headdresses out of this, and we can see this with the goddess Hathor. And Hathor is a very ancient goddess. Hathor is a lunar goddess who then becomes a solar goddess later on in the solar phase. But Hathor is known as being a sky goddess or a water cow. Okay, so we have to understand that just because she is a sky goddess, that does not mean the day sky. That can really just mean the whole sky. Okay, and that's important to understand. It's really important to make that point. But she's a water cow, and she governs emotions. Okay, she represents fertility. She represents, being, raising children or raising a child. And also, if she represents the waters down below that are holding the child. Okay, so you can look at this as the child being in the waters of the womb, or you can look at it as the child being in the waters of the celestial space. Okay, so we have to look at Hathor because for one, she's lunar, and remember, the lunar crescent is the horns of the cow. Okay, and we also have to understand that there is, we have to be very careful when we're talking about the cow versus the ox versus the bull, because the bull calf is Horus, which is the golden calf, which is between her horns. Okay, because this is about this is about fertility. This is about the sun getting ready to rise. Okay, and so Hathor is also represented as the heifer. Okay, so Hathor, heifer, the cow, the heifer cow. And she also represents the Virgin Mother. And she's the Mother Moon. She's the water of life. She's the Holy Mother. She's the milk cow. She's the cow of heaven. She's the birthplace on earth, and she's the divine mother or the great mother. Okay. And so this is a very, very important way to understand the hijab or the headdress or the crown. Okay. Where it comes from, because it's about the sacred geometry of the cone. Okay. Then also think about the water cow is actually considered to be part of understanding Nut or Newt, which is the Milky Way. Okay, so the Milky Way is connected to the milk of the cow, okay, spiritually, okay, because it's about, this milk that is given to beings of the land, of, the terrestrial, but then reflecting that in the celestial, the womb of, our solar system, which is the Milky Way. Okay, so we have to look at it this way. And now Hathor is also known as being the Eye of Ra. So again, the sacred feminine, the sacred mother, is the spirit that is raising the light, the child, raising the child up to the Most High, which would, in the solar mythos, that would be Ra, the spirit raised. Okay, and so I put some images of Thoth, who is actually Tot in the lunar phase. Thoth comes from the god Tot. Tot and Thoth are synonymous, but we have to understand that Thoth is is lunar as well. Thoth is a god, a lunar god, and Thoth is in the barge, as you can see. And so Thoth is associated with Hathor, and because they're both lunar gods and goddesses, okay? And so you can see the eye of Ra and in these images being held up by the lunar, okay? So very, very interesting correspondences, and there's so much more to this, but I'm going to move forward. Now, it is so important to understand the garden within, okay? But it's important to understand the garden is an enclosure, okay? That's what garden means. It means enclosure, okay? So in order to understand a garden, we have to understand the word cultivate, and we have to understand cultivate exoterically and esoterically. So exoterically, cultivation means the outer or literal cultivation, and esoterically, cultivation means inner or symbolic or archetypal, okay? And so this, if you look at agriculture, it means to prepare and use land for growing crops or plants. This involves tilling the soil, planting seeds, and tending to the growth. Well, that's very obvious in the exoteric, how to do that. But esoterically, that can mean, tilling the soil means going down and dealing with your emotions and your traumas down in the deepest, part of your unconscious, the collective unconscious, and even the personal unconscious. So this is also about planting seeds, so reaping what you sow. This is part of understanding natural law, okay? So that's why natural law is so important to the garden, so important to cultivation, okay? Cultivating means to grow something. So the mindset, to develop or refine one's mindset or character traits through learning and experience. And that's pretty obvious, I think, with the esoteric, but it definitely with the exoteric, the literal aspect, okay? So, but, spiritually developing internally and symbolically is, the cultivation of the mindset. And then the development to foster or nurture growth in a broader sense, such as cultivating skills, relationships, or ideas. This is pretty evident, literally. This involves actively working to improve or enhance something or anything, okay? So development, spiritual development or mental development, either way, it's a development, it's a cultivation, okay? So that being said, now there are two trees that I want to talk about in the garden. One is the tree of life, which is to learn that which is below in order to understand that which is above. That's where we get this word understand, to go under, into the underworld, to stand under in order to overstand above, and then to understand at the center, okay? So this is a very, very, very important symbol that you can understand, and even with the Kabbalistic tree of life, okay? Because it's about understanding, starting, again, you have the light and dark. That's the foundation. This is all about understanding foundation. To understand that which you stand on is to understand below where you stand on or beyond. and then to understand right at the center where you're standing, because it's all about having that foundation. The foundation is the principle. The principle is truth. It's about getting to the truth and synthesizing the light and dark to get to the truth. And then the other tree of the garden is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And this is a very beautiful painting by Alex Gray, who, just his artwork is just phenomenal. Him and Samuel Ferrand are some of my favorite artists who really have expressed the inner world and with the outer world together, exoterically and esoterically. But this painting is Gaia, and Gaia means earth, Mother Earth. And so it's so important to understand the knowledge of good and evil, the knowledge of the difference between right and wrong. And now, also, I just wanted to briefly talk about this. So in the garden, you have the seed. Without a seed, you don't really have a garden. So the seed of life symbol is the 7 circles together. And this is what creates the G in the middle, okay? Because it's 7 points. That's how you find the G. So the G is really the labyrinth. The G is, the garden. The G is the gnome, the genome. The G is the guardian of the garden, okay? And so, I'm just correlating, with the little gnome figure with the cone hat. And the G is also the C and the 7. It's the arc. It's what holds all this information together. Okay, that's why the 8th principle is the generative principle. It's the G, the generative. Okay, the seed, the circle that encompasses the seed. Okay, and so the C is also associated with the C being the water. So the ark is in the water, right? And the 7 is stored within the ark. Okay, so we go on this labyrinth, or the unfoldment of the spiral ritual, which is the labyrinth, to get to the point at the center. So that's part of the whole, spiritual journey, but it's about your garden, your internal garden. And then you have so the garden is the enclosure, and I'm showing how, you have your water, your soil, your grass. This is about cultivating in the dirt, in the lower half, okay? And this is Mother Earth. And water is associated with the sacred feminine, so this is water on Mother Earth, right? And then you have your sun being the fire at the top, the heat, the warmth, and you have your air, okay? So you have all your elements. Now, in Rosicrucianism, you have the garden, okay, which is where the rose is grown. And I showed this in one of the tracing boards, the Masonic tracing boards earlier. But you see the seed is in the dirt that needs to be planted in order to, it needs to be cultivated. It needs to be germinated. It needs to be, have sunlight and air to grow, and water, right? And so your soil has to be rich. It has to be black. That's about understanding the land of Chem. Okay. So you have to have that richness of the sacred feminine in order to grow that spirit, that red. This is about Kundalini, starting in the red and, growing up and becoming a beautiful bloomed flower. Okay. That's why the rose is about, to have rose up, right? To rise, to Aries, arise. And also, now I'm going to get into just a few mystery traditions, and then we will be done. But Thelema is very important such a beautiful mystery tradition, and it goes hand in hand with everything I've been saying. But if you pay attention to the little flower, the 5-pointed flower in the middle, it's pointing down just like the inverted pentagram, right? And this just means that the child, the spirit, has not been raised. The child has not been raised to adulthood. So following the sun from the winter solstice or the time of Christmas, if we follow the waxing of the sun, this is the same as turning that science is what helps us understand turning that child into an adult, turning bringing the spirit, the 5th point, upward, okay, in this unicursal hexagram. And the unicursal hexagram just means that if you put your pen at the center of this image and draw the whole star, you can do it in one stroke without lifting the pen all the way back to the point. So it's about the alpha and the omega. That's what the unicursal hexagram really represents. It is the journey, the starting point to the ending point. So it's very, very beautiful. And also King Arthur. King Arthur, the sword and the stone allegory. So the stone is at the very bottom, and this would be considered, going to the collective unconscious, going to the depths, the deepest depths of the self to find the truth, to find your care, to find spirit. And then once that care is ignited, then bringing that spirit back up, turning that sword upside down or right side up, however you want to look at that. To where the point is up with light, to bring light back into the material. That's the whole point of King Arthur. Okay? I mean, obviously there's a lot more to King Arthur, but I'm just saying in this very simple allegory of the sword and the stone, being able to be strong enough, having enough care and willpower to act on pulling that sword from the stone. And even think about this, there's the lady of the lake, okay, the sacred feminine, who gives the sword to King Arthur in the myth. Okay, so giving that sword to King Arthur means that King Arthur has the care. So she represents the care. Okay, so I want to make that very clear. And now, that being said, I really thank you all for making it this far, to the end of this presentation. Hopefully you watched it all, and hopefully you'll use this presentation as a reference if you ever want to learn this information a lot further. I know it's a very long presentation, but I have really, I've given everything that I have to make it to this point. And it has been very difficult, but it's also very beautiful. And I'm just doing everything I can to give you this information because it's that important to our evolution as a species. And I really hope that it serves you well. And I really hope that I've been as, clear as I can be and helpful. So that being said, thanks again. And I hope you will definitely get to see my next presentations that follow up with this one. And may your cup be filled with the most beautiful light. Thank you.